Oh. Please tell me if I'm wrong, but held civilly liable for something means you did do it. The punishment was just financial instead of jail. Civilly, in civil court, the burden, there are different rules for evidence that can be presented and not presented and all that bullshit. But in civil stuff, the burden for winning the jury is it's more likely than not. Fuck. In the UK, they call it a balance of probabilities. This is what always pops in my head, but there's a different name for it. More likely than not. What's the phrase they use in the United States? It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's like it's a balance of probabilities, or it's preponderance of evidence. There you go. So like 51% is about what the standard is called.
Oftentimes talk about just Hamas. It's almost like a catch-all term. Hamas is only one component of the Palestinian resistance. The Al-Aqsa flood was actually conducted not only by Hamas, but Palestinian Islamic Jihad's own militant forces, PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other, even including Fatah militias as well that still existed in Gaza. So this was a military operation initially that was
Couldn't you say that October 7 had a positive effect on the world's view Israel is hated now? No, he didn't ask me that question. And also, I wouldn't say that regardless. He asked me on Palestinians. I mean, Palestinians were genocided in the aftermath of October 7. This is me taking the long road in a way that is more palatable to liberals to help them identify that, you know, genocide is unjustifiable against the Palestinians regardless of October 7. And not only that, but also things weren't fine for the Palestinians pre-October 7, which is exactly what led to October 7. Okay? I am explaining things to a liberal audience as to why Palestinians resist. Okay?
Good job, brother.
Posted on our IG channel, broadcast, and asked people to drop questions for your appearance. And of course, Ethan Klein Cultist shared it on their sub, and they completely brigaded it with a bunch of questions about Kaya, about being pro-rape, helping Trump win, etc. There's barely any normal questions. It's the only question thread with hundreds of comments. I hope you reach out to Z-Way and let her know what's going on. Thank you for informing me.
Don't worry, he's already poisoned the well, I promise.
Do that.
Do you think he's texting her right now, or is he texting Mamdani? We just what? Base, okay. King.
I'm sure she's aware. Yeah. Genuine question. Shouldn't leftists or progressive Democrats then run on a just 2% platform in regards to how much we want to tax the billionaires and deal with some of these issues? I mean, whichever way it works. Just another psychosexual stalker? How do you keep catching these dudes like Pokeballs?
Psychosexual stalker. Where does he get his new talking points from? Jesus.
Why does Contrapoints hate you so much? Is it just because you called out her bad Israel take she had? I'm not a fan of her, but she hates you for real. Yeah, she's just leaned into being
liberal,
a total,
lived out
defender of the Democratic Party. Has like some
bring up the Hillary Clinton in her house thing or whatever.
Some right-wing points on that as well.
Right.
She was quiet for the longest time on the issue of Israel, and then chose.
This is like the weirdest culty thing, I think, that I ever hear Hassan or these like people talk about. It's like, I've noticed you've been quiet on. You remember for a while, Hassan and his friends were obsessed with tweeting out at somebody like, hey, hey, hey. I noticed you haven't said anything about Israel-Palestine lately. Why haven't you tweeted about it? It's like, bro. My God.
Was to speak out, very critical of the pro-Palestinian wing of the party. Literally, I think it was 2 days before there was this massive sea change because there was tremendous amounts of coverage about Israel doing a famine in Gaza. Like, it was unbelievable. 2 years in, she didn't speak about Israel at all. No peep. Her fans were constantly demanding she say something. Then she went out to Reddit, which is the most, at the time, the most pro-Israel platform that she could find, and released this massive statement. The statement itself was flawed.
The statement itself, I think, was basically, she might have even called it a genocide. Does anybody remember her statement? I think she did. I think she even capitulated and called it a genocide, but people still didn't think her statement was right enough because it criticized murders and rapes by Palestinians. Like, it's just these people. This is why none of these fucking, like, Ezra Kleins, all these people just have no idea, like, what they're up against. They have no clue what they're talking about. We just need to, like, be nicer to them, guys. It's so crazy. Looking at all these guys go through the same stuff that I thought they'd learned about, like, the neo-Nazi types or whatever. It's like, guys, we just need to, I don't even know what they're asking. We just need to have polite conversations with them and agree with every single thing they say so we can court them into... Yeah.
I guess that's the, best... that's the nicest thing I can say about it, right? The statement itself was flawed, and it basically put the blame on the pro-Palestinian activists. And
this was the statement, by the way, that he's saying is super flawed and that everybody hated Natalie for, okay? I'm posting this to Reddit instead of Twitter. Illuminator, thank you for the 5 subs. What? Stop! Okay, wait for them to finish. Okay. So, many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a Contrapoint video about Palestine? Would they be happy if I get in the bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Benjamin Netanyahu? No. I posted about Gaza occasionally and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations, but I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions, so here they are. Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Yes. Do I oppose it? Yes. Do I feel angry about it? Yes. I also feel a lot of other things. Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed, existential panic, and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminds me of the U.S. after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the U.S. to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there was a sense of futility, but worse, misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general, that is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And here they decided to draw the line, separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequences. One, it shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. Two, it was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. And three, it introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. On the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways. Zog, etc. Anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. 3 is dead. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood-boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. I fear this may be worse than useless. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous, but in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism, but there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns reoccurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not, but it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if not outweighed by tangible benefits, so I approach the issue cautiously. And then 4, bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. The campaign had the following effects. 1, 0 Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF. And 2, it may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years and making protests against Israel much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. This is an interesting set of things to say. So there is, not only did the U.S. put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu, we have helped him now go to war with Iran twice. Making protests against Israel much riskier. This happened. People who protest against Israel as immigrants or visa holders had their visas revoked. And then here, Trump is a threat to trans people. We're pretty sure they're going to rollback of like trans rights and laws and everything all across the U.S. You had this whole attack on DEI and the whole trans obsession and everything as well. So, interesting worries there. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor, and I will continue to support their cause. That's the horrendous, terrible statement that she made.
And the advocates and the people that were dominated, people who were arrested for advancing this cause, for speaking truth to power, punished relentlessly for it, right? She basically said, oh, you're showing these atrocities. It's like, and it's, making people feel bad. And it also hurt the Democratic Party's chances of winning. It was this ridiculous statement. And the timing of it was so fucking bad. The timing of it was so bad. Like, if she had just kept quiet, she probably would not have received so much backlash. But not only did she, come out with this ridiculous statement, she did it right before there was like unlimited coverage on Israel doing a famine in a way that was impossible to ignore. So I think, content creators like this, I myself am not, outside of this group either. Nobody likes to be yelled at. Nobody likes to be told that they're fucking wrong, right? And she was inundated with unlimited statements about how fucking wrong she was. That probably hardened her position. And she, for some weird reason, decided that I was like the primary critic of her statement, I think. It's an Ethan Klein thing where it's like, oh, it can't be my own statements being reflected on by my own community that I've cultivated, many of which are anti-Zionist, and on the side of truth and justice here, on the side of the Palestinians, getting mad at me. It must be some outsider that's pushing them to criticize me. Not comparing Natalie to Ethan, please. It's true, though. I say this as someone who's collaborated with her, who's hung out with her, who was shocked by her position on the issue of Israel to begin with. Like, I was pretty open about it. And my commentary on her statement was much nicer, much nicer than many others. My expectation was that she would be the last person to do this because she's actually smart.
Can we get a quick court slop update? Your opposition to limine is up. It's basically, I'm pretty sure the opposition is just stating that you can't just oppose all the arguments that a person can make in court. You can't do that. A lot of these are like fundamental to the claims that are being made. So you gotta argue those in court.
It was genuinely a surprise.
Hey, what's up, Moot?
I have a game for you.
Uh-oh. Probably not, but go for it.
Well, no, it's not like a real game. It's like a meme game, but I gotta find it. So give me a minute. I don't know where it is, man. Okay, I think I might have it now. Oh yeah, here it is.
SIXSEVEN speed.
Just throw that in your browser, play as guest, put your name in.
You need a camera?
Well, duh.
I'll do it later. I'd have to.
Okay. All right.
What exactly is it? You just 6-7 juggle?
You 6-7 for 20 seconds and see how many you get.
What's your high score?
408.
Damn. You're a 6-7 god.
Oh, yeah. Oh, big time. I beat Oni Pixel, of course. I saw, well, I didn't see because I was taking a nap. Wine nap, as they say. I saw you were debating people on TikTok. How'd that go?
Oh, I just hopped on an iRise thing because I was listening to a guy and it was triggering the fuck out of me.
God, Iri's the best, isn't he?
Yeah? What? Why don't you go fucking marry him?
Whoa, whoa. Not better than you, dear leader. Don't worry.
The, have you seen this, like, Sabrina Carpenter discourse?
Yeah, that shit. Mm-hmm. Retarded. And she's retarded for apologizing.
True.
I hope that she gets inundated with
Me too.
for the rest of her life.
I do too. Why do people think that it's acceptable to be, like, fucking annoying in a public
If they're a
space
minority?
as part of their culture?
I don't know.
Like, it's actually one of the most entitled arguments I've ever seen, literally my entire life. Such
Yeah,
to where I
pretty
almost
fucking
didn't even
stupid.
think it was, like, are we real? I don't know. That's wild to me.
Yeah, it's really stupid. I don't know.
Why do my cats make these
Screaming
weird
a
noises now?
noise and making it about you isn't really, I don't know.
Context? Does anybody
Oh,
have?
show the video. Yeah, look it up. Sabrina Carpenter.
I think I heard someone yodel.
Wait, is she gonna come after me for this?
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it.
Sabrina. But apparently. Also, I'm sorry. What? I've never heard this in my life. Not to say I'm not the master of all things Arab, but I like how, or Arabic. I like how it's like, oh my God, no. This is actually a super common, or it's like a part of these people's culture. It's like, what? Wait, that's it? Yes, it was a huge issue. So there's some, I don't know if there's a quiet section or just playing piano or some bullshit. But this is.
I think I heard someone yodel. Is that what you're doing?
Sounds like me after I die and leave.
True!
I don't like it.
And she got, now everybody's freaking the fuck out about how she was attacking. She was
She
being
immediately
Islamophobic.
also put out a fucking "I'm sorry." which
Yeah,
is
she shouldn't
retarded.
have. She shouldn't have. But it's like, first of all, I'm sorry, but your culture is not special. Every single culture has people that like scream shit at like random times during random things. Like, I don't understand. Like why people think this is some super special Wait, did you guys ever do the clap in high school?
Not to my. I don't. Maybe I know it under a different name. What do you do?
Oh my God, dude. I remember doing that at mass. It was like an unstoppable. What do you mean? You don't know that when somebody is like, and then somebody hears it and they're like, and then everybody starts like clapping like that. You've never done this
no,
before?
Never done that. No.
You didn't do the clap. You didn't do
No, I did
oh
not.
my God.
No.
During quiet moments, when somebody would do this,
seems
in
funny
school
as
mass
fuck,
was
though.
the worst because you'd hear one person clap. And as soon as you would
You're
say
like,
it,
shit.
as soon as you say it, have you ever seen like a cat under like a blanket? You know how like they turn their head real weird when they hear a sound?
Yep.
The second somebody claps, the dean or our teachers will be like, who did it? Because they know that every other student's about to start fighting. Oh my God. How did you not live?
No, we did not
You
have
didn't
that.
live.
That's awesome, though. No, I didn't.
Oh yeah, true. That was a Midwest tradition. And Mooton's from
Oh,
Ohio.
Jesus Christ.
Fake Midwest state.
We had the penis
Fake
game.
Midwest.
Yeah, but everybody
Yeah,
had
well,
that.
I mean, that's...
Which, speaking of, I just lost the game.
Good one. But every culture has like loud noises they make or whatever. The idea that it has to be instantly taught, like part of living in a multicultural society is also accepting that you have to do things that are like polite around other people that other people can kind of accept and be okay with, you know? And Yeah, I don't know. It's just I just thought it was fucking retarded.
Yeah, the fucking screech is retarded, but I don't know. I think other people would also be retarded during that, and I think it's just a lot about people being disrespectful. But it's
I agree
stupid
the discourse was
Sabrina
dumb,
had to apologize.
but it's a concert at Coachella. What's the difference between doing the Arab noise and regular screaming? My guess is going to be that if it was at like a loud, cheery part, that nobody probably would have cared or heard, but it sounded like it was a quieter part of the concert, and which is why you can literally only hear that one person.
Mm-hmm. But you don't understand, Steven. That's a part of their culture. They just do that when they're happy.
Fuck you. The Arab thing is true. It's meant to be a celebratory. Was at a friend's Egyptian wedding, and many people mentioned how it's very common. Okay, apparently at weddings or some celebrations it might be common. But
yeah, but not at a fucking quiet moment during a concert.
Sure. What's your opinion on the Maori shit in New Zealand? I mean, New Zealand is pretty. I don't know if I would say integrated or respect. I feel like they have a decent relationship with their Polynesian people or whatever. Like I think in New Zealand they're pretty all chill with their indigenous people. So just whatever. Is the Ashley St. Clair thing happening? I don't know what thing you think is happening or is supposed to happen. A bunch of people. She made a video talking about some ecosystem in the right wing, and I don't know why you would expect. I don't know what is supposed to happen. What do you guys talk about today?
The straight is blocked in. We learned about I'd already known about it because I'm a genius and a true student of history.
Wait, you learned about
Caesar,
what did you just say? The Strait?
The Strait of Hormuz is currently blocked in. And then I was going on to say that we learned about the siege of Alesia or whatever. But I already knew about that because I'm a student of history. Duh.
Oh, because of my tweet?
Yeah, it was funny.
It was okay.
No.
The concept of like there's a blockade and Trump's like, we're going to make another blockade.
Yeah,
but nobody got my tweet.
You do a great tweet.
Oh, well, thank you. Because nobody else appreciated
it.
that tweet. So thank you, Mooten.
I appreciated it. It was boring today. I mean, nothing happened. Trump ordered ordered McDonald's to the Oval Office. I mean, that was wicked.
Oof. And the lady gave a good answer, I think.
Well, she said she didn't really vote. She's not going to say if she voted for him or not.
Well, I thought I saw like I'm just reading headlines, but I saw a clip or something where the headline was like, Trump asks her about trans marriage or something, and she's like, "Sir, I'm just here to talk about the."
Yeah. She's there on behalf of Doordash to. Yeah. I'm just trying to deliver my order, man.
Also, this is fucking disgusting. Did you see this? The flotilla stuff to Gaza, apparently?
Yeah. Oh, I can't believe that guy was having sex with 3 different people on one flotilla.
A senior leader within the flotilla, a member of the steering committee, the highest governing body of the organization, codenamed BL for their protection, not ours, engaged in sexual relations with multiple activists while on the boat heading towards Gaza. Not one person, not 2, 3 different individuals. All volunteers on a humanitarian mission. You guys can't be having sex on the boat, okay? To do it on a boat while heading to a nation undergoing genocide. I like how they've crossed out certain letters to make it okay. Well, with volunteers who are under your authority in a space where activists are sleeping, eating, and working together, it's a clear violation of ethics and power. Do you think the fascists get to fuck on their flotillas?
I think they probably do, man. This is fucked up. I want to see the picture of the guy who was
banging all those
slaying
people?
on
Jesus.
a flotilla. Yeah. I mean, what does this guy look like?
Bro, I feel like we're going to be in a world where you go to a concert and like half the people are like doing crazy noises. The other half are like just screaming the N-word because they all say they have Tourette's. I tried to watch, fuck, what is it? There was a Good Doctor clip that played yesterday on my YouTube. Okay. The show seems like kind of like an okay show. Apparently it's the same guy that made House or whatever. But also the show seems like it does a lot of virtue signaling things. Like, I think like an excessive amount. I don't know if anybody's ever watched the show before.
I've never seen it.
I think I was watching in one clip. There was a black father that I think had Tourette's. I think who started snapping his fingers, causing the good doctor guy to start screaming because he has autism. And then he ran into another room and then got triggered by an air blower, hand washer thing. So he went to ask the lady in the department to bring back the old paper towels and the old scrubs because the new ones were irritating him. And then she said that she appreciates his unique perspective because she has ADHD. And I'm just like, bro, are we in a...
This
are we
sounds
in
like a House episode, but
a
House
psych
would
ward?
make fun of him.
Like, yeah. I was like, bro, are we okay right now? It was a lot. And I'm like, I feel like I just got like 7 different neurodivergences in one fucking...
And it triggered you.
Yeah, and then I got triggered. Yes. Watch the Japanese dub. The Pit does that. The Pit, on some things on the Pit, it's okay. Some of it is handled well. Some of it gets a little preachy. It just depends on... Fuck, I don't know if they have like a special writer they bring in. It's like we need to do like our 5-minute preachy section.
DEI section.
And then other times it's... Yeah.
It got preachy in season 1 when the Indian lady doctor was diagnosing sickle cell.
Oh, yeah,
around
yeah.
then. Yeah, that was like the person I remember.
Yeah. I guess the issue is that it's probably hard to communicate this to white audiences because in my mind, I'm thinking like, do these guys really not know about sickle cell? Is that like an unknown disease to these doctors? But I guess probably in the real world, if you are a certain type of minority and you go to places, there are probably people who are just fucking retarded. So I don't know, maybe it's, yeah, can't tell too white.
I thought it was going to come out that she was drug seeking and lying.
Oh.
That would have been a House episode, though.
True.
Would have been a learning moment. You know, even black people can lie.
It also got preachy in season 1 where they were talking about masks for the 2 people that fought in the waiting room. Maybe on that, except I have seen people go crazy about that shit, so I'm not sure. I think I lived near, I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to think I didn't hallucinate this, because there's a path that me and Melina would take when we were going to walk, and I'm pretty sure I lived in Huntington Beach near the one restaurant that for like one day went viral because they had the sign on their door. It was like in a plaza. They had a sign on their door that said, masked and vaccinated people not welcome at this restaurant or whatever. It was like, people got real weird about that shit.
People don't like being told what to do in general.
Well, yeah. True, actually, but they like telling other people what to do.
Duh.
Everything involving COVID made me lose faith in humanity. Yeah, but like the issue is just that like sometimes there's dumb stuff that we laugh at, but the dumb stuff around COVID like just fucking sent people, bro. Like, fuck, I'm trying to think of... I know they're just dumb rules or whatever, but sometimes you follow them and you just kind of like laugh at how silly or absurd the thing is. But then it's like I remember one of the silliest COVID moments for me was there was it was a girl I met off Tinder. We were going to go on our first date, and I remember we got to the restaurant. This was in the middle of COVID, and I remember getting out of the car, walking across the street, and then talking to the host. We were outside, and then the host said that we weren't allowed to be seated unless we had masks. So we had to walk back to the car. We had to get our 2 masks, and then we came back. And then the host says, okay, we can seat you now. And then we walk literally 5 feet to our left and then sit, and then we could take off our masks. And I just like, I'm like, this feels a little goofy, but okay. Like,
yep.
But I mean, it was just like it's like a funny, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of goofy. But then some people will like lose their fucking mind over shit like that.
Well, a Republican would have lost it.
Yeah,
like,
they would lose it. That would be like a screaming
Yeah,
match.
it'd be a brain-breaking moment for them.
But we used to make fun of people that would do that. Like sometimes it's just like dumb rules, and it's like, okay, whatever, fuck, we have to do this stupid thing.
You
And
do
you
it
just
and
like
you move
yeah,
on.
you just move in, yeah, it's whatever. But there are some people that will lose their shit in restaurants. I mean, that's where I work, I guess, and everybody's kind of like understands it. Like, there's just a crazy person that you make fun of.
Yeah. Why is Mike attacking ContraPoints? on Twitter?
Mike? Because
Mike from PA?
Contrapoint is perceived as a lib cuck, a liberal now, so all the lefties fucking hate her.
Ugh. The lefties are gonna start.
They've always hated it. They've been shitting. That's why she always deletes and remakes her account or not deletes and remakes, but opens and closes her account.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. The crazy part about COVID is that for all the stupid shit that happened, like the dumbest thing that happened is that, I don't know what the number would be. Hundreds of thousands of people died for literally no reason. They could have just been vaccinated and would have died. Like that's the craziest part, but nobody on the left can talk about it because they don't want to be labeled as vaccine deranged. And then people on the right are deranged, so they won't talk about it. And yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah, just scroll through the ICE deaths.
True. Yeah, one of the reasons that people bully Contra is because they know that it works too, because she feels bad about it. When self-checkout was first a thing, old people would lose their fucking minds that they had to scan their own shit, lol. Yeah, but I think some places when they first started it were a little aggressive because they would cut down to either 1 or 0 actual checkout lanes. And the issue is the early self-checkout things sucked fucking shit. Oh my God, I still use them because fuck going to a normal lane, but like having to, didn't bag, FBI coming, you didn't bag that, you didn't fucking bag it. And like every single person would be sitting here because there's one person that's like manning all of them and they've got to go from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, scanning their card. Oh my God. Whoo, the first generation of those things was annoying as fuck. Now though, they're
great.
Kino. Now they're Kino. Wait, what did you say your 6-7 score was?
408.
What do you mean? Why aren't you on Twitter then? These guys... Oh no, Pixel's at 380 and XQC's at 240.
Well, you know. I'm humble. Were you a little lying? I did it on stream, retard. Meow, 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 meow.
Wait, was there another attack on Sam Altman, or was this the same one? The guy
I
that
saw the one firebomb.
What?
I only saw the first firebomb.
The guy that firebombed this guy emailed me his manifesto.
Did you go over it, or did any news outlets go over it? I assume they don't go over every manifesto they get.
I don't know. I don't think I heard anybody mention it. It was, he emailed it to, I feel like he got my email address off the bottom of like Vosh's site or somehow White Nervosa's site because he emailed, the weird emails that I saw were me and then Kenzie at White Leaf, which I think was White Nervosa.
That's their site, yeah.
But then all the other emails are like mainstream media outlets, like Tips at New York Times, CNBC Tipline, I Report at CNN, Fox 11 News, Newsroom at NBC. Yeah, so I don't know why mine is like thrown at the end here. I went through both of the manifestos and none of them mentioned me. But I really like how, I don't know if this is just the schizos that email me, but like every schizo person always has some level of self-awareness. So the title of this is Your Last Warning by Daniel Moreno Gama, I think. I don't know if his name is released. I think it is. And he said, preface. I want to apologize if this message may be a little incoherent at times. I thought I had more time, but the truth is we have already reached AGI, and I believe we are quickly accelerating towards extinction. So I had to leave a message of some kind, even if it is not the best quality. I know I am not the greatest writer, but this message must be spread to every man, woman, and child in some form or another. It is now your responsibility to communicate this information with the urgency it deserves. But yeah, I don't know. And then it's
probably
just
been
like
a little bit more focused if you used AI.
Maybe. It's 23 pages of just like, this is why it's important to get rid of AI because it's not aligned with human whatever, and then we're all gonna get blown up and killed by it basically. Yeah. I guess it doesn't really look schizophrenic actually. I shouldn't have said that. The guy seems coherent. It just seems like he really thinks AI is gonna kill everybody.
Good. Maybe shit'll be less retarded under our AI overlords.
Maybe. A final message.
For UFC? Oh.
No, a final message to the masses. Stop being so docile. You have become like ostriches, ducking your head in the ground to avoid reality. Wait, USC?
UFC outside the White House, man. It's gonna
Oh,
be fucking
God.
awesome.
Where they tore up the whatever and put
Yeah,
that.
they're gonna
stupid-
start building it soon. Apparently, it's gonna have like 6,000 seats or whatever. Oh yeah, some stupid reporter asked, you know, I know that they usually name it, you know, one after another, so like it'd be like 352 to 353, but I think we should call this one UFC 1776. What do you think about that, Mr. President?
Oh my God.
Yeah. He liked it. He liked that idea.
All right.
Hold on. Let's listen in here.
Because the tax bill is so good, the refund is the biggest thing you've ever had. Is that what you're saying? Is that surprising to you, actually?
It was very surprising. Very
It's a
surprising.
great, big, beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was 11,000 saving.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? And that's what it is, the tax cut. It's really, you know, we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. We should call it the great, big, beautiful tax cut bill because it's a tremendous amount
Good one, President.
of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it
Well,
is.
you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on
Whoa.
tips is something
Whoa.
special, right?
It's very special.
And that's the one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
It's
Yes.
fantastic. It's so it's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll put this over here. And why don't we have a news conference with the president?
Okay.
Want to do it?
Sure.
You don't have to say too much. I think they're looking about hormones straight and various other things. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and it had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, "How did they come up with that?" It's supposed to be me as a doctor, making
guys.
people better, and
Come
I do
on.
make people better. I make
Come on,
people,
guys.
a lot better. As an example, the 11,000. I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through
cancer.
some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
Mr. President, are another round of talks planned with Iran? And if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance with?
Well, he's done a good job, but Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly, very badly.
What was the sticking point over? You said it was over nuclear.
It was over nuclear, very similar.
Over. I don't know. Please God. Once Trump is gone, we're gonna ditch this speaking convention over nuclear. Over nuclear what? Over nuclear weapons? Over nuclear? Just please ditch this speaking convention of cyber, nuclear, whatever the fuck else. Jesus.
Yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran, you marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust back. We'll get it back either. We'll get it back from them or we'll take it.
Mr. President, as far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the strait so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean,
No,
both of those things,
literally
certainly,
everything.
and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And you know, the amazing thing is, we don't can you believe this? We don't use this trade. We don't need this trade. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have
Who
more
lets him keep
oil and
saying
gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it.
We'll let you know.
It be known probably tomorrow.
Has
Maybe.
the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
Bishop Robert Barron's support to you and your policies praises you for defending religious freedom.
Yeah.
He now says you owe Pope Leo an apology. Will you apologize?
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with
Imagine fighting with the Pope.
regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime.
Can you say why you did not make it to NCSU today? I already said I canceled all my UFA events this month because I have to grind for my court fees.
And other things, so I'm not. I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo. And you know, his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. Now, you have to have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country. But we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest.
Wait, what? Hold on.
I think he's very weak on crime and other things, so I'm not.
What would a strong on crime Pope look like? Does he need to be like excommunicating criminals, or what does that mean?
I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo.
Could you imagine if the Pope... Wait, can you excommunicate non-Catholics? Or is it only Catholics?
And you know, his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. No, you have to have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country. But we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years, since 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
And Mr. President, on Iran, if the deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire, does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Do you still plan to charge your toll to use restraining for a booster?
Has your timetable changed in any way in terms of ending this conflict?
No, we're just going. It's going on. Just right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. That's a lot.
Do you still want to charge the toll?
Coming from predominantly going to China, Mr. President, has Xi Jinping reached out, and are you going to be...
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't. You know, so I'm doing something about it.
Ukraine impeachment documents that were just declassified show that Eric Charanella not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. It was all hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that out.
Oh, we found that out finally.
Just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated in the election. They cheated on the vote. They cheated in every way possible, and it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be a president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about, even including this would have been settled a long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was a rigged election. We can't let that happen to our country.
It's concealment of exculpatory information. What should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy's no good. They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about
Pizza.
no tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
She said, sorry, fuck that.
Is it your understanding that during this period of time, while the U.S. has instituted this naval blockade, that oil companies will be able to send their oil tankers through the strait, get more oil out from this area?
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. You know, a lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Ma'am, may we know your name, please? Have you delivered to the White House before?
I have not. My name is Sharon Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Have you delivered to the White House before? Do they DoorDash to the White House?
Yeah, obviously not. This guy's a slop journalist.
Whoa!
Yes, very.
Mr. President, can I ask you something
That's
about
good. Thank you. You reminded me.
Mr. President, one on Cuba, sir. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
Well, we're going to see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged.
Many such.
Terrible things happened in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation.
Yep.
And we're going to do this. And we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba
casually threatens to invade other nations.
Just been horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said may stop by regulator Bill Pulte. Regarding those two recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud, do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General of New York. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now.
President of the United States casually calling.
I have nothing to do
people
with
corrupt.
It,
Why not?
Looking at
with no
all
evidence.
All over the place, more than one state concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop, and dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer. The UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea, actually. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I have never had an event that's had more interest than the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena, and then in the back at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight.
Crazy.
And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved, because of the White House and everything, there's a lot of reasons for it, but we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th. and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door.
Wow.
And you know, if you want, is your husband up to coming, do you think? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you, I'll tell you. That's a lot better. But no, he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
Go ahead, give him the name. Maybe it's...
he hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just
Good guy.
doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so that's
But
good.
we've,
Okay.
you know, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
That's very good.
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
yes, sir.
Good.
Yes.
Well, I want to thank you all, and I especially
He's a
want to
healer
thank
now.
you for being here.
Well, I want
Well,
to
I mean, you
thank
saw his
you
Twitter, right?
for
Right.
the no tax on tips.
Oh, that's good.
It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it.
That's
Thank you.
so nice. You know, the one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill.
Wow.
And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All
okay,
right.
June 14th.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right?
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care of yourself.
Thank you.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ, though,
Thank you.
Mr.
Your
President?
reaction
You
to
went to
Viktor
leave
Orban?
DOJ. Any update on who you went to leave DOJ, who you're going to nominate?
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ, getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Wait, look at the door. Hold on.
Well, there
You
you,
see that?
have it. A very last-minute
The Oval
impromptu
Office.
press conference from
Ooh.
President Trump there at the Oval Office, where it appeared that the president was ordering Doordash, and in many ways to push the message of no taxes on tips.
What's so funny about
He had
that,
a
Moot?
DoorDasher there bringing
I
in
just-
McDonald's, and then ultimately
You hate
took a
America?
number
You hate
of
America?
questions
You're
Hearing
a
the
leader?
president order DoorDash is crazy. It's crazy work.
Because you hate America. You don't identify with the common man like President Trump does.
I guess not.
AOC wrestles with left-wing Dems as 2028 decision looms. In private, Ocasio-Cortez is fumed about the criticism, believing it's unfair and counterproductive to the progressive movement. One liberal strategist told Axios that AOC has lamented that the left was not there for her and that they are never pleased. Wait, Pim Tool crashout.
You would make sure that they know it's a tendency and not a hard.
No, that's not
truth.
correct.
Well, not all women do what you say they do. So that
Ian,
is
do you
not
need
true
do you
for
need the
all
card?
women.
Do you need the card, Ian? I made those cards for you because of exactly what you're
Just
saying
telling
right
you,
now.
You said at the top that it's a generalization.
Ian, for the love of all that is holy, I literally just made a whole joke tirade about how people who respond to macro level politics with anecdotes are low IQ.
I know, and that doesn't.
And then
make
you
it true.
just said it.
Yeah, funny doesn't mean that your joke is true.
It's a fact.
All right, so Tim Pool has been having a tough time recently. I mean, this guy's always going through something. It seems like he's constantly on the verge of just completely losing it and giving up, especially now. He keeps talking about how his views are down, and the only way to get views for people like him is to trash Trump or just say ridiculous shit for attention. So he's actually decided to turn on Trump, ironically though, as like a social experiment and to prove how much engagement it gets. So this is a 40-year-old man shitposting on Twitter for engagement, knowing people are going to take it seriously. But then when that happens, he acts all surprised and he's like, what am I supposed to do with these people? How are they taking me seriously? They're retarded for not knowing.
This YouTuber has a lot of good videos for you to put on during emails. I think he's okay, but he's also like super far left. They all are. So Swalwell stepping out for Congress. Yeah,
I'm retarded. That's basically what he says here. It's hilarious. He's seriously like, man, these people are retarded because they should know that I'm an idiot that posts stupid shit on the internet for attention.
And here's a tweet from me with 1 million views. I said, dude, all caps, what if it turns out it was Trump the whole time with Epstein and Democrats had nothing to do with it? Because these people are retarded and the internet is fake and gay. What do you do? You know, honest question, like, what do you do? What is the point of this tweet that I made at 7:33 p.m.? Well, we were in pre-production for Timcast IRL, and then I said, "Oh, here we go. I'm gonna make this tweet. Should I do it?" And then I do this sometimes. I like type it out, and I'm like, "Should I do it?" So the point of this tweet was literally
freaking epic.
The all caps, dude, Trump. It was Trump the whole time, and these people are fake, gay, and retarded. And the reason why I say that is because anybody who took 2 seconds to actually know who I am, what we actually think on this show, would ignore this. They'd be like, Tim's an idiot. He posts stupid things like this all the time.
So I guess the point he's making is he's an idiot that says stupid shit for attention, and apparently he wants to prove that not enough people are aware of that. So it's an interesting move, but I think he just spazzed out after he saw Trump make that post about Candace Owens.
Dude, I love it. Trump posts.
It's our president.
Holy fuck.
There he is.
Carlson and Alex Jones, because you could tell Candace Owens drives Tim crazy, and Trump basically just gave her the reaction she wanted. Like after that post, Tim started complaining about how views are down, and being pro-Trump doesn't get you views like it used to, so that's why people are jumping ship, because they can get more views being anti-Trump.
You are a podcaster influencer. You are looking at your views drop because the right's in power. They're not fighting woke anymore. Woke is under the rug right now. So the only way to actually get traffic is general viral or anti-Trump. And what are we seeing? Candace Owens is the embodiment of this. First, she was a liberal with Social Autopsy. Then she was Red Pill Black. Then she joined the Daily Wire. Then she left to talk about Blake Lively. She was tracking top trends among people. And now she settled on Israel, anti-Trump, etc. She is just basically gonna. According to Jeremy Boring, her words are, she will represent whatever the people believe. She is going to be their avatar.
So it's hard to compete with Candace because she'll just say whatever it takes to get views. So when Tim tries to compete with her, he gets desperate. Like when he saw Trump called her out and the publicity she got from that, I think he got a little jealous. Like his first reaction was like, what is going on here? Then he started thinking, how can I make this about myself? And then he started saying a bunch of shit he doesn't mean for attention. And then when he gets called out on it, he's like, come on, people, I'm an idiot. You should know this. So I think Candace is just making him lose his mind.
Anybody who took 2 seconds to actually know who I am, they'd be like, Tim's an idiot.
Like also he decided to do another one of his social experiments. And this was even cringier. So I think because Candace Owens was getting attention from Trump, Tim was kind of jealous, so he decided to make up a story about how Trump personally called him and told him he's a good friend. But of course, Tim would just say this is a viral stunt he was trying to do and I don't understand the point of it, which that doesn't really make things sound much better. I mean, he literally starts this by saying, oh, I got an idea to go viral, and then makes up a story about Trump calling him. How sad is that? And of course, he also tries to claim there's some important point being made here, but really, he's just desperate.
Maybe that's the problem with everything now. Nobody cares about accuracy, and people only care about what's...
We've been in the post-truth society for a decade.
I know. But the thing, they were
Not the
talking on the
post-truth
show earlier about how it feels like MAGA's fractured. And that's because nobody cares about accuracy. They just care about getting clicks going their way.
What? I just had a really good idea to get a bunch of viral clicks and promote the show.
Let's do it.
So here's what you do. I will preface this by saying none of this is true, and it's for the purpose of this show to make a point.
For entertainment purposes only.
No, it's to make a point, a political point about the nature of reality and what the internet does. Donald Trump personally called me before he made this statement, thanking me for having his back and saying that I was a good friend. And I said, Mr. President, I will stand with you always, no matter what you do, even if you shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. He laughed, and we had a great time.
Isn't this just Tim's normal show, though? It's just making shit up for attention on the internet and not being factually correct about anything.
And he's a good man. Yeah, that literally never happened, and I said that because I know what's going to happen, because this is what these people do. They're going to cut the clip out, and they're going to be like, they're going to claim it's true, and it's going to be sensational.
So Tim makes up stuff for attention to prove that people make stuff up for attention. I guess that's what he's doing here. And he knows people are going to take that out of context. You know, he says that's the point. But then when they do, he flips out about it. It's hilarious. Like during his live show, he kept pulling up his tweets and getting all worked up about how people are ignoring the sarcasm and taking stuff out of context. And his co-host tries to politely tell him these posts aren't worth it, and people just think it's weird. But of course, Tim doesn't take that very well, and he starts freaking out, and he's like, well, this isn't for them. This isn't...
I don't know what famine in Gaza was a direct result of U.S. aid cuts. I don't think that's true. I don't know what the I don't think that's true. So I don't think I would bring that point out.
For a retard fight. This is for the sane, rational people. So apparently Tim shitposting and acting like an idiot on Twitter is to show people how normal he is. And it's just so funny. He makes these posts, then acts like he's above it all, and he doesn't do it for rage bait or attention. He does it because it's just important to show people that he'll say stuff that he doesn't mean to try to prove that it gets you attention or something. I don't know what's going on. I don't think he even knows what he's doing. This guy is just out of it.
This is obvious to anybody with at least a couple brain cells to rub together.
Not anymore.
My joke is,
Half the world.
I apologize, please buy my coffee. The joke is, I'll say whatever you want, give me money. I'm making fun of these people. There are replies where they're like, oh, now you're trying to pretend to be anti-Trump? Nice try, Tim. And there are people being like, you should have called out Israel a long time ago, but I appreciate you're doing it now. It is a sea of retards. Never bought it, never will, Beanie Boy. You're a grifter just like the rest.
There's like
Tim being sarcastic. It's just like, what?
there's a sense of empowerment from trolling the world like Andy Kaufman style, but I've been trying to figure out if it's the right thing to do. I don't think it is because people
because you're no fun and you have no sense of
acting
humor.
like the villain.
Okay, I'm good on this. How would you answer this question if you were clavicular?
A lot of the things you talk about and say are very similar to other things we hear in the whole manosphere and things that people see as rather problematic. But on that note,
two more. Wait, does okay, Mootin.
Mm-hmm.
Like he could be like the cousin of the brother of Pedro Pascal. He could be. This interviewer, he absolutely could be. He
I
absolutely
usually
could
say
be.
yes, but no, not on this one.
You're so
very
wrong.
similar to other things we hear in the whole manosphere and things that people see as rather problematic. But on that note,
two more questions.
Of course, was born out of the incel community and movement. And do you identify with that group? How do you feel about being linked to that group of people?
Do I identify as an incel? I mean, how could you ask me that question as a follow-up after you asked me about my relationships to women? I mean, that's quite literally the worst sequence of questions I think I've ever heard.
Well, let me rephrase it then. Looks maxing was obviously a term created by the incel community. How do you feel about being linked to that group?
One of the big issues, I don't know if Clavicular understands this or not, but the not to take away anything from his viral successes, okay? But Clavicular, a lot of the reason why he became popular was because of this whole kind of like incel manosphere phase or whatever. Like people saw him as kind of some extension of that thing. And I think that for all of whatever you want to say about Clavicular, he does have his own unique thoughts on things, and he probably doesn't neatly fit into being... Oh my God, I just moved the wrong place. Like he doesn't fit uniquely into being just like an incel or a manosphere person. So he probably just gets very fucking annoyed that he gets asked these questions over and over and over again. But like, I mean, I just don't know if he just doesn't understand that. Like, yeah, every single person interviewing you is going to be asking you about this because this is the context in which they see you coming up in.
I'm not linked to that group in any way. Looks maxing is self-improvement, right? So it's about potentially even ascending out of that category. And so that would be kind of one of the goals, is to disassociate from being an incel and overcome that. So that doesn't make sense.
You also maintain, or you've been seen with certain people who are from all parts of that world.
Yeah, this also doesn't help that he like hung out with the Tates and I think Sykkuno and everything too. So it strengthens the association as well, right?
I mean, just as an example, you've obviously shared company with Andrew Tate and other, dare I say, rather controversial figures. Why do you spend time with people like that?
Are you trying to... I see you want to make this political.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm just curious.
No, that's what you want to do. Is
No,
like,
no.
you know you have
Not,
two
not at all.
questions, so
Not at
you
all.
wanna-
Not at all. I'm not.
You want to end
at
it
all doing that.
and talk about.
I'm just curious. No, not at all. I don't care about your politics. I know you're not political. You've said that repeatedly. I'm
Well,
just,
you
when you get seen with
definitely
those
wanna make
people, obviously people make assumptions. I'm wondering what
Here we
the
go.
thought process and
I guess you
motivation
watched
for
the
you is
Piers Morgan
behind.
interview. I guess you watched the Piers interview.
I did, yeah.
Too bad I didn't have time to look into, anything about potentially, who your wife cheated with. But don't try to go down that line of questioning with me. All right, because I'm not doing any political.
I'm not
testing.
married, Clav, but I was simply only asking
Maybe you
because
gotta-
obviously
maybe you
you've
gotta
been
look
filming
back
with these people.
So I could teach you about looks max, and then maybe you could switch that up. But thanks for the time. Appreciate the interview. All right.
Jesus.
All right. Got that done. Thank you, guys.
To be fair, the guy was jester as fuck, right? Got him.
Yeah.
One thing I said this in chat last night. The men of the next generation are fucked. Women have always had stuff available to them to fuck their shit up, and they've always had like a ton of people to compare themselves with to fuck their minds up. But now, in like a post TRT, post whatever the fuck peptide world, men are starting to have that same thing as well, with the stuff available on Instagram for every single influencer now to compare ourselves to, plus like all the easily accessible drugs and everything to get hooked up with. I think it's going to have a very, very, very negative impact on a lot of guys going forward. I also think that it's hard to know, like, what is the emotional impact of getting on this stuff? Like, being a teenager and all this shit is already incredibly difficult. Like, you're already going through so many crazy things in your life. I can't imagine to do all of that and be, on whatever crazy stacks some of these people are running to. Like, rip. What are you going to do?
Rip.
Not good.
僕は外科医です。僕は外科医です。僕は外科医です。僕は外科医です。ハウ先生、僕は外科医です。僕は外科医です。
America's throwing away.
Sure, but what percentage of people do you think engage with any of this shit? I feel like the average person is a turbo normie. Yeah, I would say so, but it's getting more and more prevalent, I think, on the guy side. Like, you didn't used to see so many male influencer body model things or whatever, and the stuff to make men look better or be better is not like easily accessible. In the past, like, there was not really like a shortcut for diet and exercise, but now with so many different drugs available and everything, there kind of is. So I think the pressure would increase. Mm-hmm. The fuck is this?
Can you make the cats sing?
No, they just, I don't know why they do it. They do it randomly. In the UK, Millie Taplin was attending her first nightclub on her 18th birthday when she was handed a drink by a stranger. The stranger handed her a vodka lemonade. Try this. She took a sip. Seconds later, her face went numb, her fingers curled into claws, and her entire body stiffened like she was possessed. She stayed fully conscious, trapped inside herself, writhing in agony and screaming in her head that she couldn't move her body. Rushed to a hospital. Doctors said she had likely dosed with 2 unknown drugs. One to paralyze her, one to knock her out. Tests couldn't identify the substance. Is this possible? Is this AI? What is this? How soon do you think Melting Pot Discord turns into Spicy Chat / Anti-Vance Central? It already has a ton of people that are insane in there.
How was that?
What?
How was it?
Okay. Four years ago.
This next story, literally every parent's worst nightmare. Last week, Millie Taplin, who's only 18, joined some friends for her first ever night out. But things took a terrifying turn after her drink was apparently spiked in a nightclub. Millie lost the ability to walk or speak, and she was rushed to hospital. Now, the scenes that you're going to see now were filmed by her mum, Claire, which she then released.
The Indian guy is content. He is obsessed with your case. Yes, that's the guy's name is like Kathy something. They have like 20 million. All these people have 20 million Discord names. The reason why I did it is because there's just a lot of bad talking points about my court case, and I don't ever really get to address them or talk to people about them. So I figured I would do this because I know some of these people come up, so that I can address some things and put some talking points out into the ether instead of just letting them run around and do this a million different Discord server things. Is he actually Indian? I have no idea. It wouldn't surprise me if he was. It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't. I don't know if I feel like my community is largely insulated from it, but I haven't seen it at least pop up in my community. But in other places that are peripheral to me, like Kiwi Farms especially, I don't know if it started in Kiwi Farms or if it started with just those people. There's this huge thing that my community is like all full of Indians. Like they call you guys DGGeets.
I haven't seen this in chat, but yeah, I've seen this in
I don't know
places.
where this impression comes from, that I have this like huge I have no idea why, but anytime you see DGG, it's people from Gisticle or from Kiwi Farms. I have no clue. I just have no clue where this even started or where I don't know, but the reason why I say it's Liger just said it. The reason why I said I wouldn't be surprised if the guy was Indian is because unfortunately there are like a lot of self-hating minorities, and I feel like this comes up especially. I don't know why, but with like Southeast Asian men especially, maybe it's true for women too, seem to be very self-hating when they go online. But I don't know. It's what it is. What it is.
In the hope of warning others. Let's have a look.
Relax. You're fine. Do you want to hold my hand? I've got you. I've got you. I've got you, babe. I've got you, darling. Do you know where you are?
When the lemon sours do sour.
As Amy said, very, very shocking. Thankfully, Millie made a full recovery, as you can see, because she's with us today, just a week since that happened, and alongside her older sister, Sadie. Firstly...
Oh, so this was one night or a day, or what?
Very, very pleased to see you, because looking at that footage...
Do you think it's possible that the current Hassan debate could result in a good moment for liberalism, like a sister soldier moment for the right Dem candidate to take advantage of? Maybe, but the conversation has to be better. I actually tapped a bunch of contacts I had yesterday. I'm going to try to write an op-ed and see if I can get it on any of the big sites about like the discourse. Ooh. Because the problem is just that like people like Ezra Klein, they try, Pod Save America guys, they're just not equipped for like this level of subversive conversation. They just don't know how to navigate the environment at all. So it's very painful watching them try to catch up or stumble through it. And then way more sophisticated actors like Hassan or some of these weird lefties are very easily able to manipulate the spaces without basically any substantial pushback. It's very annoying.
Did you watch the clip of Hassan? Oh, God, there was one that I saw after his Pod Save America thing where he was basically admitting to being...
Yeah, that he answers things to make them nicer for liberals,
Yeah, that's so retarded. I can't believe it.
So shocking. I mean, your poor sister and your mum had to witness that. When did you first think something's happened to me, this is not normal? Because you had had a few drinks, you were all on a night out.
Yeah. I went outside because I started to feel really hot and really sick, and obviously I just thought I had too much to drink. It wasn't until I was actually sick that my eyes started to go blurry, and that I kind of got like pins and needles in my hands. It was like tingling and I just couldn't move them. And I said to my friends, I think I might have been spiked. And they were like, no, you're fine. You've just had too much to drink. You're panicking. I said, no, I really think I've been spiked. I don't feel right.
It felt like nothing else you'd felt
that you
before.
speak like that, you're obviously aware amongst your social group that this happens.
Yeah.
This...
We hear a lot about it, but you just don't think it's ever gonna
happen to you.
Yeah.
Of course.
So you think that you're being careful, and you're doing everything that you can, but
Yeah.
So looking back, you say you're aware of it, you and your friends, you think you're being careful, you stick with your friends, you keep your drink by your side. Looking back on this, was there a moment where you think, oh, actually, yes, I did accept a drink from someone, or I left my drink on the bar? Can you kind of pinpoint, do you think, when it might have been?
there was a drink that I had drinking from someone else, which could be the drink, but I think it's hard because
it's hard to pinpoint, isn't it?
Hard to pinpoint, yeah. So Sadie, so you went outside with your friends, you're outside saying, I feel sick, I feel hot, then you are sick and you're feeling very peculiar.
Yeah.
Your friends stay with you, fortunately, which is always the advice, isn't it? We say to them, please stick with your friends. So Sadie, who called you?
I had a call from Millie's friend, who just said on the phone, can you come and get Millie? She's really drunk, she's been sick, she needs to go home. So, and I heard in the background sort of a little, oh, but she's had a sip of someone else's drink. And so I just said, right, I'll be there in 10 minutes. As I got there, I think one of your friends must have made you aware that I was there, and I could just hear the panic, and she was so frightened. And I just asked to borrow one of your friend's phone so I could shine a light in her face, and I just knew, just the sight of her face.
Do you think this is more than just a bit drunk?
I mean, it doesn't...
So what did you do, phone an ambulance? Or...
No, I drove her. I thought it was going to be quicker.
Yeah. When you were admitted to A&E, could they tell what was their initial analysis?
I mean, by the time we'd got to the hospital, the drug itself had heightened massively. So how she was sitting in the alley when...
Is this... I don't know. The date rape drug, the two I've heard of are... The roofie is like Rohypnol, right? And then the other one I've heard is it GABA something or GHB? Are those the same thing? I don't know how these normally act on you. I've never played with any of these. I don't even know what class they're in. But like for this type of, when you're like clenching your jaw, I don't know about your hands. Is this like an amphetamine thing? But I don't know if you would roofie somebody with that type of thing. I have no idea.
After she'd been sick was nothing compared to how she was in the hospital.
So this is what you were then facing. So your hands start to contort. So Millie, looking at those pictures, which are horrific, what could you remember? Were you aware what was happening? Could you hear people around you?
I knew everything that was going on. I remember hearing everyone talking about doing blood tests and talking about the other people that have come in spiked, and I wanted to speak.
Because like I feel like, I'm not trying to cast out, believe all women, hashtag whatever, but it seems like it would be weird if there is do people normally respond this way to these types of getting roofied scenarios? Or did she just get is there like an ultra new rare roofie drug that was just tried on her for the first time? Or I don't know, just...
Speak to them and have a conversation about it, but there was just nothing.
Can you describe what it was like being in your body? Were you in pain?
Did you feel you were going to die, for instance?
Were you worried you were going to die?
She did say that once.
I did.
Once.
This is a little more sensational, lady.
It was just scary. I don't know how to explain it. Like, you're so aware, but I couldn't do anything about it. Like,
had no control.
Yeah. In the video, you can kind of see my sister telling me to hold her hand. And in my head, I really felt like I was holding her hand and I was trying. And then when I looked back at the video, there's just sort of no...
You're just away with,
Now, your mum took that video, so Sadie, you...
Since it didn't test positive for the normal stuff, isn't the idea that she got hit by the new meta date rape drug? I feel like... I don't know. I was about to make some shit up. There's certain stuff that just won't show up in your system because it gets metabolized so quickly or whatever, right? Like some drugs, for some reason, will show up for like the byproducts of the metabolism will show up in certain parts of your body or your hair for like months. And then I think other stuff will be gone in days or hours, depending on the drug. I don't know for this.
Must offend your mum. What did you tell her?
I made her friend's phone keep on contacting my mum because I tried ringing her. She wasn't answering. Obviously, it was early hours in the morning. And then my mum called me and she was, I warned her, I told her, and I said, Mum, it's, but I think it panicked her because she could hear Millie in the background and Millie was really panicking. What's going on, what's happening? And, she, for any parent, I suppose that's, not being able to be there, it's, that's made my mum even worse. When she come down, she was just, she was in utter shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing.
Why did you decide to let your mum release this video? Because it's, you know, horrific to see and very frightening for you and very shocking for other people.
I think when I watched it the next morning, I was almost embarrassed but horrified.
Were you back to normal the next morning?
No.
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 How long did it take for you to get back to normal?
I kind of felt a bit more normal about 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day.
Yeah, yeah.
But even then I felt very weak and tired and...
But you did feel embarrassed, as you say. We look
Yeah.
at these contortions that you're going into and how awful they are.
Yeah.
Why would you feel embarrassed?
I think it's because no one really shows what you're like when you're in that state or when that happens to you.
Yeah.
So for me, I just thought, oh, I look like a weirdo, like, why am I doing that? But actually, someone's made me be like that. And I think people kind of need to see the effects of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that is still being investigated, so we can't say too much about who you think it is. Or
But I would like to ask you what you think of the advice that's given at the nightclub, Moo nightclub, where you were. They say, we urge all customers to be present when their drink is ordered, okay, and that they do not leave it unattended. The alleged drink spiked appears to have been accepted from a person known to the lady affected, and whilst it was not reported to us at the time, we were assisting the police who are dealing with the matter. That's Essex police we're talking about there. The idea that you cannot leave your drink behind, so if you go to the loo, would the idea be you get a friend to look after your drink, or what?
Personally, I think you should be able to leave your drinks and not have to worry that you're going to be in this situation. But unfortunately...
I mean, Sadie, you're older than your sister, obviously. Did you give, have you ever given her advice? Because, like most 18-year-olds now, this is their first experience, many of them, of clubbing.
I mean,
unless they were going when they were underage.
Yeah.
But, after lockdown, and they were all excited, and, it's easy to forget, lose your head a little bit, not be as sensible, maybe have a drink too many. Did you advise her about any of this?
Yeah, over time. But I mean, she's a clever girl. She's not silly. She's probably more mature than me. So, it's not fair that it's happened to you.
Well, it's like you said, Millie, you never think it'll happen to you, do you?
But it may unfortunately happen to someone else.
Yeah.
Again, Millie, what would you say to them? Anybody going out this week, what warning would you issue to them?
It's really hard because there should be something to be able to stop it all, but there's just never going to be something to be able to stop it. But I could not stress enough how careful you really do have to be. Like, I don't even know how much more careful you can be when you're not leaving your drinks. And
do you know what's also very scary? The idea, why would she have been spiked? What was the motive?
This is like the worst segment of anything I've ever heard. Like, why not give some actionable stuff? Like, don't ever leave your drink unattended ever. Usually you have friends that will watch it for you and they don't take their eyes off it. There are things that you can do when you're going out with your friends, not just like be careful. What does that mean? It's daytime TV. True, everybody watching is a senior citizen anyway, I guess. Okay, my bad, whatever.
Was it robbery? Was it some sort of sexual deviation? Was it, what?
They roofied her drink to rob her. True. True.
What was going to be involved in this?
Also, wait, hold on. Wasn't this story, not trying to victim blame, was the story that she just accepted a drink from a stranger? Wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't even know what else you could do.
What could she have done, Stephen?
Okay.
What could she have done?
I don't know.
She's going to have to buy her own drinks from now on.
Honestly, what they would get out of that, I don't know.
But I think another warning to always stay with your friends, isn't it?
Yes.
Because, if you just stumbled out of there...
Make the guy sip it
feeling
first.
that
That's actually a funny sketch.
What do you think? Make the guy sip it first? Jesus.
Yeah, imagine a sketch of like a guy trying to like roofie a girl or whatever, and she's like, "You drink it first." And he's just like looking at her. He's like,
Wow.
Your own.
Great idea.
Had somebody been watching you who had maybe done this to you, you're in a very vulnerable position, aren't you? What about you, nights out going forward now? You said this is your first kind of nightclub experience. How, physically you're saying you're fine now, but what about emotionally?
it's hard. I would love to go back out. I quite actually like the atmosphere that was there. You know, everyone was having a good time, but now it's a bit more of a panic feeling.
Nervous.
Yeah, I feel like I would just have to. I wouldn't be able to enjoy myself because I'd be constantly on the edge, thinking like, who's going near my drink?
Come on, sip this guy's drink and get refeed. Sorry.
What the fuck? Mootin.
I can't stop. Whenever I see a drink, I just see one and I grab it. Just don't grab other people's drinks.
What
Don't
the
take a drink that you don't know about.
Mootin.
Get your own drink.
Doing what? Which is it's a shame. It is a shame.
Well, the police are saying that no arrests have been made. This is Essex police here, and they're saying that their inquiries are ongoing. Anyone with information on this incident should submit a report to essex.police.uk, www.essex.police.uk. Well, keep well. Thank you for telling us your story, Millie. Sadie, thank you very much indeed as well.
Jesus. Christ.
Crazy footage. Israeli security forces find 60 Palestinians hiding inside garbage truck attempting to infiltrate Israel.
You just arrived on your holiday in
crazy. Really?
Really?
Did you? What is the Mr. Beast streamer games drama? I don't think I follow this at all. Every time people start talking about it, I stop caring. What happened?
I don't even know. I hate Mr. Beast because not because he's a bad person or anything, just because his shit is so fucking whack.
What do you mean whack?
It's always all over, and it just fucking annoys the shit out of me because I just don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Canada.
AOC indicated she believes that some of her early allies on the left have taken too much credit for her upset House victory 8 years ago, and she's distanced herself from them over the years. People familiar with the dynamic told Axios, "As much as I love them, I did not win my election because of DSA or even Justice Democrats or any of these orgs," she told Ryan Grimm for his book, The Squad. "We had built everything from scratch into the hardest parts, and then when it looked appealing enough, they jumped in."
Can I say, I hate how Axios writes their articles. Actual fucking slop.
They have to do it for people to read like 3-minute fucking things these days because that's all you can put.
Yeah, but no one else does this right now. Why just them?
Well, what do you want me to say?
Read. They should fucking read. Go to the New York Times. Read.
Uh-oh. What happened here? Hold on. Disguised Toast speaks up on the Sykkuno situation after Lily Pichu and Valkyrie made things worse. Watching his friends of years that acted close to him, used him for their own gain when he was popular, and then run to throw him under the bus for a few likes is why people say streamers are fake as fuck. Damn!
Yeah, but you realize he deleted it, right?
Oh. Well. Uh-oh. Schizo rant incoming. "I can't believe AOC said Justice Dems didn't deserve credit for her victory. The ego has landed. She definitely wouldn't have won without TC and Corbin Trent. Also, the Young Turks did 34 videos on her and got her over 1 million views, and our audience raised 2.5 million for Justice Dems overall. No one is looking for a trophy. She has been insecure about this from day one. No one is taking credit away from you. You did a great job in the race. That's why Sykkuno went all in on you. But it's common decency to thank the people who helped you instead of weirdly attacking them or being bitter about their help. Who cares about any of our egos? And to my knowledge, no one on our side ever took an ounce of credit away from AOC for the amazing race she ran. Damn. It's the Jews.
Well, why is this getting any news if there's no Jews?
AOC's Jewish. Oh. She just came out.
Duh.
It is difficult to judge where the Trump's madness stops and some rationale appears. So I could not be expert in that.
What's the picture of the girl in the top left?
I don't know, but my guess is going to be it's his daughter. There was an attack in Russia
with
with
a huge fucking picture.
Well, his daughter was assassinated.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was saying, so I think they tried to assassinate Dugan, and I think his daughter got into a car that he was supposed to get into, and then I think the car got blown up, and then she was, yeah. Anything else you want to say?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay.
He seems to be very special psychologically, and at the same time we couldn't grasp some hidden second plan scenario behind his behavior. So I think that maybe Trump was chosen as very specific psychologically person by some Western deeper state, not just liberal globalist deep state, but deeper state, who wanted to use these radical tools to rearrange the falling domination of the West with drastic radical measures, and after that to say, oh, you are scapegoat, your family, your MAGA group, we will destroy, kill all of you, we put you in prison for life sentences, but the situation will be changed already. So maybe it is some special kind of weapon, secret weapon of hyper globalists, not just liberal globalists, but technate, exactly something that consider to woke globalist agenda as some obstacle, as we see in Peter Thiel or Alex Karp, Technological Republic, these ideas. So enough with the humanitarian hypocrisy. Let's represent the power as such, the nude, naked Western power, hegemony, domination in open style. And Trump fits very.
Okay. Okay.
What do you have to say about that?
That guy's crazy. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
People were Rip Bozo and the lady who died.
Well, that's Alexander Dugin. He's a big weirdo, like pro-Russia philosopher in Russia.
Listen, folks.
Writes a lot, does philosophy of why Russia should take over all their historic homeland and all this bullshit.
Today, April 12th, 2026, we have just had peace talks for the war in Iran in Islamabad. Why did they choose Islamabad? Because when they were listing cities, someone said Islamabad, and JD Vance said, hell yeah, it is. JD Vance, by the way, our lead negotiator. He's only the most unpopular vice president at this point in the presidency ever.
Look at Biden.
Which is
+4.
weird because he's doing the same thing Dick Cheney did, invade the Middle East. But Dick Cheney had +37. He's -18. What happened? Our least popular vice president ever at this point in his term is our lead negotiator in Islamabad to talk with Iran. And they had 21 hours of peace talks in a row. It was a marathon session. They just kept trying to hammer out details of the peace agreement. And at the end of the 21-hour peace talks, JD Vance came out with good news and with bad news.
We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America.
Damn.
Good news is that we talked for 21 hours. The bad news is we got no agreement. So there's really only bad news. So we're really exactly where we started. Interesting. Donald Trump, who was not at the negotiations but was briefed on them, had to jump in. So during this 21 hours of negotiations, while they're feeding information back to Trump, he surreptitiously retweets this on Truth Social, which is a post from Just the News that says, the Trump card the president holds if Iran won't bend, a naval blockade. Just an idea from some insane right-wing SLOP website. 12 hours later, that's the plan. Now, I don't know if he was prepping for the idea with the public or if he got the idea from this, but he retweets this, and then 12 hours later, we're coming out and going, okay, effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. I have instructed our Navy to seek and interdict every vessel in international waters that has paid a toll to Iran. No one who pays an illegal toll will have safe passage on the high seas. We're going Pirates of the Caribbean on this bitch. Other countries will be involved in this blockade. Other countries not named. My girlfriend goes to a different school. Other countries not named will be part of this blockade. Iran will not be allowed to profit off this illegal act of extortion. Additionally, and at an appropriate moment, we are fully, quote, locked and loaded, and our military will finish up the little that is left of Iran. So the ceasefire thing is just gone. Apparently, it's going to last till the end of the 2 weeks, which is on April 22nd, so we have about 10 days left from when I'm recording this. But at the end of that, there's no plan to continue it seems, at this point, and negotiations are not going well. By the way, but before I move on, this is a pretty important tweet. The President of the United States,
I think a big thing that's being touted right now is that they were asking for a 20-year moratorium on any uranium enrichment, and Iran said, fuck you.
Yeah, maybe because they realized, oh shit, that's what we were originally kind of here for, and we need to actually do something about that, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Desperately to end the blockade of Hormuz is now responding by doubling the blockade of Hormuz. We are now having a double blockade. So it's a pretty big escalation. I mean, I'll go through what this means, but it's a big deal. And then 30 minutes after posting this incredibly important update on a major geopolitical situation, he posted what happened to Bruce Springsteen and talked about his plastic surgery. This is, again, 23 minutes after that. Well, I'm glad the seriousness of the situation is being felt. Look, let's draw up what's actually happening. So after the attacks on Iran blockaded Hormuz, this 21-mile narrow gap where a massive amount of global shipping goes through. 20% of the world's oil, ton of the world's precursors to fertilizer, natural gas, ton of everything goes through this strait. Iran blockaded it and created this toll booth right here where you could pay them yuan to get your ship to go through. Now, not many ships did this, but a few did. Chinese vessels, few did go through this toll booth. Donald Trump, in his Don Zoo mode, said break an enemy blockade by blockading their blockade. And now is setting up a second blockade back here so that if you pay the toll and go through, you are going to run into American ships and not be allowed to go through. Thus, the plan being, by the way, there is some strategic merit to this. It's more the optics are horrible, but the strategic merit is that Iran can no longer fund itself by sending its own ships and a few of its ally ships. Now, if the Gulf states can't get through, nobody can get through is the idea.
But no one was making a ton of money right now.
What do you mean?
Like, there weren't many ships going through the fucking strait.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Well, this now know what he's going through, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
And what's interesting is
it was mattered or if this is relevant at all.
This may be something the United States could pull off without a hitch, if not for one major question. This plan, there is some merit to it, but there's one major question that makes it a huge, dangerous, scary escalation. Now, I went on Chinese social media and I saw that the drawing I made here is being made there. This is on Chinese social media. They're making the same drawing and they're coming to similar questions. And the major question of this situation is, what happens when a Chinese ship tries to exit the strait? If a Chinese ship goes to this toll booth, sails out here with oil headed for China, is the United States going to stop it? Is it going to blow it up? That is a major question. That is a World War III type question. Is it a taco? Is it an escalation?
Shit.
What happens? And especially if China chooses to send military ships to come and escort their boats through a blockade that the President of the United States has publicly endorsed. That is a real Suez crisis moment where either the United States backs down to China and then a massive geopolitical shift is underway, or they don't, and then the escalation could cause World War III. I mean, it's a serious, I'm joking somewhat, but this is serious, okay? So, what does China do? Well, there's one plan I could give them. Third blockade. A third blockade? Put a third one behind? Wait a minute. That could be based. No, but being seriously, because this might be World War III, I don't want this to be my last clip on the subject. Being seriously, the danger here is now becoming the US and China getting into serious at-odds military conflict. That is now the serious danger of this blockade. Because, first of all, tensions are already rising because China has this is leaked, but apparently providing Iran with weapons with which to shoot down American planes. And
this is slop.
What?
The idea that there's going to be a U.S.-China conflict because they can't get 2 fucking ships a day through the fucking strait is actual slop.
Well, wait, what's slop?
I don't believe that China is going to go to fucking war with the United States over this current blockade.
I agree with you, but I think the slop is not Atrax's video. The slop is the plan then. Like, why are we blockading them? Yeah.
Yes.
That is already causing problems. Trump said, if this is real, I threaten 50% tariff, which, by the way, seems minor compared to what that would actually be. But that's the beginning. I mean, these are all like pre-World War I type headlines. These are all escalations that are like, how do they get an off-ramp here? So China's providing weapons to Iran. And also, on the flip side, all that talk that you might have heard about how China doesn't really need the Strait of Hormuz, I think was largely overblown. Yes, China has a good strategic petroleum reserve, but we need to not understate that 37% of all traffic through this thing goes directly to China. They're the largest importer of oil from it. It is extremely important for them economically. They can't just ignore it. They can't just be like, it don't matter, when they were getting it through this toll booth. Again, article from today in the FT, Fortress China shows cracks as Iran war strains supply chains. Energy, chemicals, and helium all under pressure despite Beijing's push to build up economic security. The truth is, this matters, which means the United States blockading it is a direct economic attack on China, which could lead to a military attack. I mean, it reminds me of like when the US blockaded Japan's oil during World War II, which is a direct precursor to Pearl Harbor. Like, these economic cutoffs are always the precursor to what happens in real war. Like, this is like an escalation that requires either a taco or next level. So again, Xi Jinping in this situation has 2 options. Number 1 is use strategic petroleum reserves, which they have plenty, and try to wait it out. And number 2 is send ships in and escort their vessels.
But I feel like Atrax trying to say that it was business as usual going through the strait, which it absolutely wasn't. There was like 2 fucking ships a day going through.
Yeah, but so like, does a second blockade matter at all? Yeah, I don't know. True. Yeah,
well,
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what the fuck anything.
He didn't say that. He's literally saying that there might be like some sort of military escalation between the U.S. and China over this blockade. But in order for that to happen, it would have to be like the United States is actively cutting off a good source of oil, and that just wasn't happening because of the conflict that's going on in Iran.
Well,
whatever. Whatever. Who cares? Just play this
now.
song.
Instead of a few ships going through, now no ships are going through.
Yeah, so instead of 2, there's 0.
We've got a John Kerry appearance. He's still alive, by the way.
Strike. Yes, he wanted us to strike. He came to President Obama. He made a presentation to ask to strike. President Obama refused. President Biden refused. President Bush refused. The only president who has agreed to this, obviously, is President Trump.
Uh-oh. He's apparently taken on turtle form, like McConnell. Okay, we got we'll do a big Hassan slopper.
Liberal podcast.
Hold on. I'm one guy now. I just don't understand people in chat. Like, for the past 2 fucking weeks, we've literally been upset that oil is fucked in the strait, but now everybody's acting like oil was just moving perfectly through, and that the United States doing a blockade is going to cause fucking China to now be mad.
Well, no,
I don't understand.
No. So the issue is that oil was severely lower. The issue is that if the United States sets up a blockade, they don't. It's not that people are expecting that to move prices much. It's just the concept of the U.S. setting up a blockade doesn't make sense, because what happens? The United States of America cannot blockade major trade lanes like that, because if world powers are trying to pass ships through, is the U.S. going to stop a world power ship from going through? So for Iran to be mining shit or whatever, right? Obviously, we're already at war with Iran, and then Russia and China are allies. But what if Iran allows like a Chinese or a Russian vessel or whatever to pass through? What does the U.S. do then? The U.S. either enforces the blockade, in which case now we're crossing. Yeah. So people.
The issue is if a Chinese ship wants to go through, and the United States is like, "Fuck you."
Yeah. So you basically you set up a totally pointless blockade, because Iran would just laugh at you and say like, oh, okay, you're going to block it outside? Well, here come 12 Chinese tankers that we've allowed to go through. And then now the U.S. is like, okay, well, fuck. Are we really going to, blow up shit like this?
That makes sense. Yeah.
The fuck? Oh, here comes Metaloid to tell us why all of that is completely and totally wrong.
Okay. There's a lot of misconception here from both of you. Just to be clear, I'm just here to provide the facts, okay? So, Iran has been exploiting oil since the war began, and America has let them do it. There has been a consistent amount of basically near enough the same exports as they had before, around 1.3 to 1.5 million barrels per day. And you don't need tons of ships to do that. You only need, for example, for Iran, if they're exporting 1.5 million barrels a day, they only need one ship every 2 days or 2 ships every 3 days to do this. And this is what they've been doing at cargo.
Yeah, because Iran's not going to blow up their own fucking ships.
Yeah. So they've been doing that along with cargo ships, which are it's their dark fleet. It's Iran's dark fleet. So the idea of this blockade is essentially to put pressure on Iran, because they've been essentially operating as normal, except for the fact that missiles have been firing at them. There hasn't really been any change in the Iranian system. They've just been selling oil at a higher price at the same amount per day, basically. So what this does is potentially, because there's been an Iranian ship that went through today, and you can see it, and it's had its AIS on, and it came from an Iranian harbour, and they didn't stop it. And they could have, but they haven't. So potentially they might not even be doing this, but if they do, it will put a lot of pressure on the IRGC, because this is their main source of income, and they don't really have any other way to make any money. The oil kind of infrastructure is mostly where the IRGC gets its control from the government in terms of the flow of money. They don't have as much as a stronghold in terms of impact on the other parts of the economy.
Okay. So what happens if Iran tries to pass through a Chinese ship?
Well, the idea that these are Chinese ships isn't really
No one said they're
true.
Chinese ships. What happens if Iran tries to pass through a Chinese ship?
Well, I mean, we'll see, right?
Well, I think that's the contention, right?
Well, no, I was just saying that the idea that this is going to put more harm onto Iran. It just depends wholly on how US actually does the blockade. Is it just I don't know, we don't know what it is yet.
It depends if it's a real blockade or not. I see what you're saying now with if a Chinese ship wants to go in, the United States stops it, well,
Metaloid is saying that'll never happen and it's not
deal.
relevant and it doesn't matter, but I don't understand how.
But why wouldn't they just say they're doing a blockade on all Iranian ships?
Well, they did all ships leaving the port of Iran.
They do say that the Iranian ports, if I recall correctly. I'd have to go read
they
the
only
Trump
mention
tweet.
that. Yeah, no, that's you go to the official American, the CENTCOM, whatever the fuck they released from the military. They changed it afterwards. They're only doing Iranian ports. They're not doing
They go to or from Iranian ports.
Yeah.
I remember. Aha! So Atriot's video was SLOP then. Say it,
Yeah, and
Metaloid.
he's a retard. He's a
Let's
piece of shit.
go! I'm fucking vindicated, but I didn't even know I was. All right, thank you. That's all I needed.
Be careful. Okay.
The Center for New Liberalism. I'm your host, Jeremiah Johnson, and in today's episode, we are going to be talking about Hasan Piker.
The HQ.
This
the
is
Hasan
an episode
question.
that I frankly didn't really want to make. I wish we would all talk less about him, but the discourse surrounding him won't die. It continues to dominate discussions of what direction the Democratic Party should go in, and so I think it's important to talk about. It's something that we can't ignore. We did an episode that was for Patreon and member supporters only a few months back, and this episode will be released to everyone.
Damn.
It'll include parts of that discussion, but it'll include some updated topics that have come up since then. So let's jump into it.
Bum, 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 bum. Damn. Get hype.
You speed it up. Good,
Now, as I said,
1.5 already.
This is not something that I necessarily wanted to talk about all
You
that
little
much,
slopper.
but it's not something that you can just ignore. If you're not aware, Hasan Piker is a leftist, socialist, live streaming internet celebrity. He's got a pretty wide reach. He's got millions of followers. He's frequently invited on all the biggest podcasts, and he goes on CNN. The things that he does get lots of attention on the internet. Part of his entire thing that makes him very famous is that whenever he does anything, everyone fights about it. And because of all that free publicity, he's become very, very big. Recently, there's been kind of a debate in the Democratic Party, as there is when you lose elections. What direction should the Democratic Party be going in? Should it be becoming more leftist and populist? Should it become more moderate? Piker is part of that debate, and obviously he thinks the party should be more leftist and socialist and populist. And there are some people who disagree with him, and they specifically think that Piker becoming influential within the Democratic Party and its media is a really bad thing, because Piker, they say, is a bad person. I tend to agree with those people, but I also think some of them have missed the point.
What?
Contrapoint is challenging Hassan
Breaking?
to a debate.
What does breaking mean to you, Mootin?
Breaking news.
This is an hour and 20 minutes.
Did you see it?
Old.
Yes
Yes,
or no?
we did. Yeah, we did. Yes, sir. No. We saw it. Old news.
Trying to kind of sit this out, because I think it's unhelpful to kind of fight amongst ourselves too much when Donald Trump is actively setting the country on fire. But this kind of argument is not going away. It's continued for weeks now, really for months. And Piker is starting to appear with more and more official Democratic campaigns. He's going out on the road to campaign for socialist candidates. So it is important to talk about why I think Hassan Piker is problematic, and that Democratic officials and media should stay away from him. Because, frankly, he's winning this fight. Piker is very famous.
Is he?
And the big intellectual leadership of the Democratic Party, such that it exists right now, is blessing him. The Pod Save America bros are all on board with Hassan Piker. Ezra Klein says that, we should, he's a little problematic, but we should probably accept him. And as Pod Save America and Ezra Klein go, so go the rest of the party right now. And
is that true? Okay.
I just feel the need to be a little bit cranky and explain why they're wrong. I hope that I have some degree of credibility with you here, because God knows I have been, for years and years and years, critical of the other side of the aisle. For years and years and years, I have talked about and podcasted about and written about, the Nick Fuentes and the Graper movement, and extremism on the Republican side, the cultural origins of MAGA, and how conservatives are manufacturing outrage and welcoming, extremists into their tent, and the hypocrisy of those conservatives. I talk about this quite a lot, so I hope that I have credibility when I tell you that I think the Democrats also have a growing extremism problem. It is not quite as bad as the one on the right. It's not quite as developed. The Democratic youth are not as far gone as the Republican youth are. But if we don't do anything about it, if nothing changes, if things just kind of keep developing in the same way, we could be in for a bad time. And the central character of this story that I want to tell is Hassan Piker. Again, probably the largest political live streamer in the world, one of the most influential live streamers, period. Social media reach in the millions, regularly streams live to tens of thousands of people. He's considered extremely popular and influential among young, left-leaning influencers, and I think this is a problem. To state it as plainly as I can, the reason Hassan Piker is a problem is because he is, without exaggeration, an ideological authoritarian. He does not believe in liberal democracy.
True.
And instead, he believes in authoritarian socialism.
True.
That is the plain conclusion of anyone who has spent any amount of time looking at what he talks about. So I've made this accusation. What's the evidence for it? Probably the most notable thing that Piker has done this year is take 2 trips internationally and live stream them, of course, because he live streams everything. The first trip that he took was a live stream tour of China. He traveled through China for about 2 weeks, live streaming from the country, giving his thoughts on China's economic and political system, doing some tourism, seeing the sights, meeting the people. And this is kind of a popular thing to do, among live streamers. There's other streamers who've done this. There's a very popular streamer called iShowSpeed who went on a gigantic tour of China. He might be the biggest live streamer in the world of any kind. And so his tour of China was enormous, but he's not very political. He did a bunch of sports and celebrity culture stuff. And, China's like this big untapped market. So good content. You get kind of fish out of water stuff. You're reacting to all the Chinese stuff you've never seen before. There you go. So maybe it could be considered innocent. But unfortunately, if you actually watch Hassan go through China, you would be shocked by how open the propaganda is. Hassan, who is a political streamer, spent his weeks in China endlessly glazing, just sucking up to the Communist Party like you wouldn't believe, praising them endlessly, talking about how amazing China is compared to the United States, talking about how the system they have is incredible and everything is cool and everything is amazing. And oddly, I would say, for a political streamer, pretty much completely ignoring any controversial political topic. He did not want to talk at all about Xinjiang and the Uyghur internment, the Uyghur genocide, the camps that the Uyghur dissidents are placed in. He did not want to talk about Taiwan. He did not want to talk about the repression of Hong Kong or Tibet.
True.
He did not want to talk about the surveillance state that China has. And frankly, his chat.
Oh, he's actually not correct there. He did talk about the surveillance state. He said it was no big deal. I feel like I remember him talking about like how he's like, yeah, you know, like you just get a VPN, or it's like yeah, you can't go on some things, but it doesn't matter. They don't even care or whatever. Yeah, I feel like I remember him talking about this. Right?
Did notice this, by the way. You know, when you're live streaming, one of the great features of a live stream is that you can see the chat in real time and react to what the streamer is doing.
And he was making an excuse for why he couldn't access Twitter or something. Too. It was super, super, super cringe.
And his chat began to criticize him. And one of the things, like just to use one example, his chat was bringing up gay rights. Why aren't you talking about how China doesn't have gay rights for LGBT people? Because background, China is absolutely a brutally patriarchal society and a homophobic society. China does not have legal gay marriage. China has completely banned popular gay dating apps. They've just said if a gay dating app exists and it's getting popular, banned, boom, done. China's incredibly heteronormative. There's this interesting thing that has happened as a total reversal of the one-child policy, which they used to have, where the Communist Party of China actually runs campaigns telling young women that they need to focus on being feminine and pretty so they can get a boyfriend to marry them and have more children. This is absolutely a thing that happens.
Red pillars love
the
this.
youth wing of the Communist Party of China like tells girls to start to be pretty and make babies. And it's just such a funny reversal from, you know, the previous thing they had, which was the one-child policy. They're going in the other direction now. And basically, you need to have babies so that the Chinese socialism can have its glorious century or whatever. I guess they realized that if everyone only has one child, that leads to a giant demographic meltdown. They realized it several decades too late. But anyway, they did realize it. So all of this just to say, the government of China is absolutely
not
not...
that big replacement issue with children? Or have they already hit it?
I don't know. They've probably already hit it, but I don't know. You can Google China birth rate right now. I'm not sure.
Feminist. They are not LGBT friendly. They even have, hell, they have specific campaigns to censor.
This guy is lying also. China loves gay people. Take it from this guy.
Like mass surveillance, for all the claims of like mass surveillance of netizens and people alike in China, for all the claims of like no homosexuality being allowed in China, the greatest antidote to all of that stuff is just experiencing it, okay? And if you can't experience it personally, you should still keep an open mind. If you can't experience it personally, you should keep an open mind. You should watch the stream. It's like, one of the things that I've observed that I find really strange has basically been people going, all of the preconceptions I had about China when met with observable reality doesn't match like observable reality that I'm seeing from the streams, okay? But that doesn't actually mean that I was wrong or my preconceptions were wrong. That actually means
they were propagandized.
This person is either A, doing propaganda, or B, there's an alternative reason for it. It must be because he's not going to other cities. I think more and more streamers will probably come out here in general because like there's just so much
propaganda.
There's just so much to do. I lived in China 7 years and speak it fluently. Homosexuality is banned there in the movies, etc. Of course, not illegal to be gay, but it is illegal to show it at all, and it's also illegal to marry someone of the same sex. You are spreading misinformation. No, I'm saying that like. Okay, you just described it. Okay, you literally just described it. As far that's it. Like, that's
it's just illegal to like openly show it, but otherwise they're great with it.
I mean, I didn't say any of those things that you added on. I'm saying that there are hella gay people doing gay shit all over. But the way that Americans cover it, the way that Americans talk about it, is that it's just not like there's no homosexuality. Like it's just like they'll throw you in prison for being gay. It's not.
It's only if you show your gayness, bro. Totally different.
That's the whole point.
Idiot. Dumb.
But if you ask the average American, I think they just like want to cope about the situation. I was reading something online about the complexities as far as like outward expressions and demonstrations. It's not like you can do that on social media. That's not a problem at all, right? But as far as like marriage goes, I don't think it's recognized by the state. China was more progressive than the U.S. on homosexuality till like 2007, exactly. And then the United States laughed it up with the legalization of gay marriage.
Anyway.
Yeah, China's population pyramid seems pretty cooked, actually.
Sir, like effeminate men, like effeminate pop stars, they'll come out and say, hey, it's a national problem that all of our popular male influencers on our social media platforms are like really effeminate and they act gay and they're weak. We need men to step up and act tough and macho and manly. And so they've literally gone on campaigns where they will censor and harass and shame popular social media figures, male figures who appear to be too feminine.
Problem?
And when he's asked about all of this, Hassan just says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? China's gay. China's gay as hell. Like, I'm here. I'm here right now. I'm here. China's gay. China's super gay.
Problem?
What are you talking about?
Problem?
What are you talking about?
Problem?
And he basically just pretends ignorance of all these things. He actually ended up directly defending the ban on gay dating apps as a privacy issue somehow. And it's just very odd, if you have any amount of intellectual credibility and consistency, that someone like Piker, as influential as Piker, is basically running defense for this authoritarian regime. But hey, maybe he just slipped up. Maybe he didn't know. Everybody slips up once in a while. Everybody has their moments. Maybe it's unfair to just judge him based on this one thing. Unfortunately, that was pretty much everything that he did in his time to China. he went on the typical influencer tour of, you get brought around to do traditional Chinese medicine. You get brought around to, gush over some elephant tusks that were poached. You get gifted a copy of Mao's Little Red Book. And by the way, when
Oh, wait.
You got them all, huh?
Ever since, there are plenty of gay and trans people. By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans, but I'm sure that you probably didn't know that.
Idiots.
They're very homophobic, but they are very pro-trans. A lot of cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America.
What
Maybe
is
to
he
a fault at
talking
times,
about?
like Iran, when they do forcible gender.
you look at like
he's like not wrong, but like in the worst way possible. When he says they're homophobic but pro-trans, like if you are identified as a homophobic person in Iran, they like heavily push you towards getting surgeries to become trans because they don't believe in gayness. Like
Jesus.
Yeah, so it's just like the dumbest. It's just the dumbest fucking thing. It's just so stupid.
they gifted him some kind of copy of Mao's Little Red Book, he gushed about it. It like somebody had given him a copy of the Bible that was autographed by Jesus Christ himself. Like he did the soy face where you go, oh my God.
Soy face.
Just an embarrassing display of sycophancy. Because, I don't know if anyone's aware, I don't know if this matters, but Mao Zedong did kill tens of millions of people. Hassan went on state television in China to talk about how great China is. He talked directly to Chinese state television, how America tells all these lies about China, and I just want to correct all the lies. So that, the classic China experience, I guess. But he also got the other classic China experience, which was a visit from the secret police. This is actually something that happened. And this kickstarted a lot of criticism about the trip. Is that I think it was his first day or his second day, and Hassan was live streaming in Tiananmen Square, which is the site of a brutal massacre 2 generations past, and a very sensitive site for the Chinese Communist Party. If you search Tiananmen Square on the Chinese internet, you will still get basically zero information about what happened there. It is still censored, decades later. So he's live streaming from Tiananmen Square, and he basically starts to get harassed by undercover police officers. Plainclothes guys who are not clearly marked as officers, but are coming up to him and demanding, all of a sudden, hey, give me your phones. Who are you? Why are you here? Why do you have cameras? Give me your phones. Stop broadcasting. Leave. And basically, the secret police made them turn over their phones and cameras for inspection and stop broadcasting. And in a very bizarre moment, by the way, Piker decided that the way he was going to do cultural exchange was to show the secret police of the Communist Party a meme of Mao Zedong that he had on his phone. After which they grabbed his phone and confiscated it. So, cultural exchange. Love it. But after this happened, they eventually were like, okay, you guys can leave. They detained them for a little while, eventually let them go. And later that night, Hassan was back live streaming from his hotel room, and he basically defended the secret police. He was like, yeah, people are going to make too much of that. Yeah, the police were bothering us, but it's worse in America. It's worse there. It's worse in America. The police are worse in our country. And it's just so odd to me that anybody could be okay with that kind of statement.
Came
because
through.
look, sure.
What the fuck do they want?
My friend who lives in China got arrested last week for saying the slightest criticism of the CCP, and this motherfucker is over here like, nah, actually, you'll have the same experience, guys. It's okay.
Sounds like an Israeli donor to me. Just saying.
Policing in America has a lot of problems. 100%. There's a lot of stuff we need to fix. No denying that. But the Communist Party of China has mobile execution vans. They can just pull you into a van and kill you. And it is official communist policy that this is just what they do. This is a thing that exists. Mobile execution vans are 100% a real thing in China.
Oh, he's at 100% real.
They just disappear people all the time. They don't even pretend.
He says
100% you have legal
real.
rights. You don't. If the state decides you are worthy of death, they just kill you. That's just how it is. And it's very bizarre to see the most popular political influencer in all of America talking about how the Chinese secret police are better than the American police. Because we should be very clear about what China is.
The execution van is a vehicle in which prisoners are executed with lethal injection. The vehicle is equipped with an execution chamber with a bed that physically restrains prisoners while lethal injections are administered. Execution vans have been used in the People's Republic of China since 2003. Wait, what the fuck? Why is there not more CIA propaganda on this?
And it didn't get us on, huh?
Jesus!
It's a joke. Come on, man. It's Trump's America. You can't make jokes anymore.
China is a totalitarian police state where you can be arrested for literally anything. You can be dragged away by the secret police in the middle of the night. And when that happens, it is not seen as a scandal. When that happens in America, occasionally somebody will get killed by the police, and it's terrible, and there's big protests. And there, it's just what happens. That's just oh, well, they must have done something wrong. That's what you get. You can be arrested. Just, you had the wrong opinion. That's openly illegal to have certain opinions.
There you go. Sorry.
Hell, the lack of an opinion can be illegal. There was a thing in China, just a fun diversion, a little story here. In 2022, people in China were pretty angry. There was a lot of protests about the COVID-19 policies that China had at that time in 2022. They were still very, very restrictive when most countries had come out of kind of...
Okay, is this real or was this fucking CIA propaganda? I saw videos of them like fucking sealing people into their apartments and shit in China during the COVID stuff.
I'm pretty sure this is real.
That
I
looks
also saw that.
Crazy.
Of COVID restrictions.
We should have done that.
And so everyone in China knows you can't openly protest. But what a bunch of students did that was very clever instead was they would gather in a public square and hold up blank pieces of paper with nothing on them. And this is kind of like a way to just say, like, look, here we are, we're outside, we're literally not saying anything. We are being silent
That's what that
and
retarded
holding up a
Australian
blank
guy
piece.
tries to say you did, right?
Which retarded Australian guy?
You've debated him. He says he went outside of a Chinese consulate and had nothing on it. Drew Pavlo, maybe?
Oh, that he's not even a real guy. I don't trust anything that guy says. That guy's retarded. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of paper, kind of as a way to say that we are not like actively resisting, but we're going to passively resist the state. But like, you can't arrest us because we're literally not expressing an opinion of any kind. We're holding up a blank piece of paper.
That's what
but
you
obviously
think.
this is like a symbol for being unhappy. So what does the Chinese police state decide to do? Well, they just decided holding up a blank piece of paper is now a criminal offense, and they arrested, hundreds of them, thousands of them. That is China. China is a state that is more than happy to brutalize its own citizens.
Problem?
They brutalize student political organizers. They jail or just kill anyone who criticizes the Communist Party. They are still, today, actively perpetrating a genocide against the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang. They use slave labor in Xinjiang, by the way, from the Uyghurs. They've crushed a bunch of other ethnic minorities, like the Tibetans. They've crushed any semblance of political freedom in Hong Kong. The only reason they haven't invaded and crushed the Taiwanese people is that the Western world protects that island. But I just want to be very clear, like, it's important to be clear. China is a nightmarish, totalitarian dictatorship. And anyone should know this. But especially someone who goes to China on a big publicity tour should know this. And especially someone who talks about politics for a living and goes to China should know these facts. And yet, Hassan Piker went on this tour and basically had nothing but kind things to say about the Chinese government and the Chinese system. He talked about how amazing it was over and over and over. Better than America. Every single part was. This is a pattern with Hassan Piker. This is not new. This is something he's just done for a long time. This is something he's done for a long time. In previous public statements and videos and podcasts that he's made, he's done things like downplay the genocide in Xinjiang. He calls the concentration camps their re-education camps, with the understanding that he actually likes re-education camps, that he thinks they're good, that re-education camps are desirable. And then after downplaying them and saying they're good, he says they're all closed. They're really just re-education good camps, but they're closed. So it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't exist, but also if it did exist, it was good. Piker has defended Chinese colonialism in Tibet. He said it was a good thing, basically. He said the Tibetans were just savages who deserved to have their culture crushed because the Chinese were civilizers.
Isn't that a genocide?
Basically, somehow,
I don't know.
Every time Hassan Piker ends up talking about China,
no Jews
he
involved.
ends up repeating a pro-Communist Party talking point. I cannot remember a time where he has not done that. And what's odd to me as a liberal and a Democrat, a small L liberal, a small D Democrat, is that this is not an isolated case of Hassan Piker just being pro-Communist Party of China. He is in general sympathetic to authoritarian regimes and skeptical of liberal democracy. Like I said, he has defended the idea of re-education camps explicitly. He has said directly, if I had a socialist utopia, yeah, we would have socialist re-education camps. People make re-education sound like such a bad word. But in the real world, they've totally worked. Like, it's just bizarre to hear that coming from the mouth of somebody that the Democratic Party wants to cozy up to. The second trip that Hassan took this year was to Cuba. And look, I don't want to get into quite as much detail here, because if we got into the detail of every stupid thing Hassan has ever said, then we would be here for a long time. But Hassan went on this trip to Cuba. And of course, he wanted to make the trip about how Cuba is being repressed by the United States, and they are really this glorious island. And if there's poverty there, it's the fault of America. And, that the Cuban people are amazing and blah, blah, blah. But he went.
Oh, so the Cuban people aren't amazing.
Cuba, never once talked about how Cuba, again, is an authoritarian regime where you can be jailed and killed for having the wrong opinion. He just doesn't talk about it. To him, it's not a problem. The reason he doesn't talk about it is that he does not disagree with it. What he disagrees with is America, and Cuba stands against America, therefore America is good. When asked, how do you feel about Cuba? He says that Cuba may be the single most moral country. I don't know, that's a weird thing to say. What is the most moral country? But he says Cuba might be the most moral country in the world. Again, this is a country that murders political dissidents. They're not ashamed of it. They do it. Everyone in Cuba knows they do it. If you ask them about it, they would defend it. And that's not something that bothers Hassan Piker. They're the most moral country in the world. when he's asked about what's his, favorite socialist state in the world, again, he could pick somewhere like Norway or Sweden, so one of these Scandinavian states that has, incredibly generous welfare state, does social democracy while still being, very democratic and responsive to the public will. But when he's asked, what's your favorite socialist state in the world? He says China. He explicitly says China is the closest model that the United States should learn lessons from. He says that the idea of a free and separate Hong Kong is ridiculous. He has said before that he wishes the USSR had won the Cold War. He has had Houthi terrorists on his live stream and celebrated them. He has repeatedly praised Hezbollah. He has defended, or kind of soft defended, tried to justify in some ways, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That one has ended up being so unpopular, even among his kind of brainwashed crowd, that he's kind of had to walk it back and toe very carefully there. But he said things like, Russia was totally justified in taking Crimea.
Hassan going through Jeremiah's Twitter thread right now. Uh-oh. Isn't this the guy who...
Myself in the same fashion.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Here we go.
This is a more wordy, more verbose version of what, like, Jesse Waters or Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro would say about me.
I'm here.
Hassan loves America. If you don't like Hassan hates America. If you don't love America, why don't you leave? Is basically
not the straw man voice.
A sweet version of what this fucking dipshit is saying. Hassan earlier this year went on a trip to China, did nothing but glaze the authoritarian government. Given that Hassan is a full-time political commentator, you might think he'd have something to say about their lack of basic rights, the brutal repression of Tibet, the Uyghur genocide, how China crushed Hong Kong's freedoms, how they threatened Taiwan, etc. But nothing, only praise. Again, doesn't even like factor in my criticisms of China in many respects. Many of the things that he's talking about, I have actually offered critical coverage to. But of course, that would undermine the argument that he's trying to present here, that I have a non-nuanced version, a totally rose-colored attitude about China, both internally and also its foreign policy and things like that. China is a country that has no gay marriage, bans gay dating apps, bans the depiction of sissy men in media, and severely represses gay people. When asked about it, Hassan acknowledges none of it and tries to blame it on Apple. That's also literally not true. I don't know why he said that. I have actually talked about this as well. It's a little bit ridiculous that he's making it seem like that's the case. Piker was harassed by secret police in Tiananmen Square for recording there, and his response was immediately, well, America's still worse, and to lie to you that you can't be arrested for memes. Mind you, China is a country that has mobile execution vans and disappears, what the fuck? Disappears students for holding up blank sheets of paper, having the wrong opinions of the public could be a death sentence. What the fuck? The more you hear him talk, it's clear he doesn't just care that China kills dissidents. He likes the Chinese way of doing things. You don't have to take my word for it. Ask directly which country's socialism he would emulate. He doesn't say Sweden or Norway. He says China is the one we should follow and learn lessons from. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was in that questionnaire, in that back and forth. Like, this is just being racist, okay? You understand that, right? This is not like a sincere critique of my commentary or even like a reasonable critique of what China does. This is just pure racialized nonsense. You're like, China is literally assassinating dissidents in broad daylight with mobile execution vans. In China, if you say the word Xi Jinping, someone will come and assassinate you. Here is Hassan openly stating in this conversation, by the way, the hopes here, for the record, the hopes here is that no one actually watches these clips and maybe like comes to their own conclusions, right?
Oh, Hassan, go watch the clip.
Because if you watch these clips, you will understand.
Apple.
I'm making a fairly convincing argument about like, Chinese development, control over flows of capital, and how beneficial that is for being able to design a society in your own vision in a way that actually is helpful in advancing and improving the material conditions of the working class. Okay? That's just true. It's we can close our eyes to that reality. We can plug our ears and say, la, 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 I can't hear you. And for the record, that can be a standalone thing that we do here in the United States of America without emulating other social repressions, for example, which I always say are totally unnecessary. Okay? Every time China comes up, someone takes the CCP side. Every time. Here's an example where it basically says Chinese colonialism in Tibet and the eradication of Tibetan culture was justified. Again, that did not happen. Okay,
watch it.
Once
watch
again,
the clip.
you can get mad at me if you want, but that did not happen. There are certain things that these people will also lie about and say, oh, Hassan, you had no take on, the Uyghur apprehensions in Xinjiang. That's bullshit. I have talked about it extensively. You're out of your fucking mind. You're just lying, right?
No,
but
watch
as far
it,
as like, as far as certain historical incidents that have taken place. Yeah, by the way, he's like, I'm done talking about Hassan, and then just like literally spams as many clips as possible. It's not just the CCP that Hassan loves to praise. He'll cave for virtually any authoritarian state. He wishes that the USSR had won the Cold War over the United States. I do wish that the USSR was not dissolved. The USSR's dissolution was the worst incident of the 20th century. It absolutely destroyed the balance that we had on this planet. Okay, it straight up is the reason why neoliberalism accelerated and has actually caused the Western world to collapse in and of its own damn self due to its own successes. Okay, that's just the truth. You can complain about it, but you should at least understand the point that I'm trying to make, instead of turning around and being like, oh, he loves the USSR. This is the type of shit that's unintellectual, intellectually incurious, and really fucking annoying, right? These are the people who are supposed to be, these are the people, I should have said one of the worst events of the 20th century. These are the people that are supposed to behave, these are people who personally think.
He's so mad.
Real quick, did I miss Hassan responding with substance to anything on this guy's Twitter account, or was it all?
Oh no, he's not even watching the clips. He's like, the clip's not saying that, and then he doesn't watch the clip.
Oh.
Classic Hassan.
With the exact same racialized animus.
Change something about the sound effects? No, they should all work fine. Right?
Devastating for the Western world, because in the absence of a multipolar...
What do I call Crimea? I call it a Russian land. I call it the Russian area. Crimea River, bitch. This is his words. Crimea is Russian. You know, deal with it. Again, Russia straight up illegally invaded.
Has Hassan ever talked negatively at Tiananmen Square? I don't know, but most like lefties, like MLs, will say that whole situation is either completely fabricated by Western media or insanely over-exaggerated.
And annexed, just in a total war of aggression, Crimea from Ukraine. The single unifying thing here is that Hassan Piker defends authoritarian regimes. He defends groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. He defends Cuba. He defends China. He's even kind of gone into defending Russia a little bit, although that's not very popular with his base. This is because Hassan Piker, on a very fundamental level, does not care about liberal democracy. He genuinely does not care. Hassan Piker is an authoritarian socialist whose guiding lights are...
I gotta go do my blue hair.
Shrinema.
So tomorrow morning, I will have a blue hair.
Make sure you
hold it down.
Make sure the drapes match the curtains, Moot.
Okay, I'll do that for you.
Thank you.
Hold it down and hate on Hassan for me while I'm not here.
Don't worry, we got you, buddy.
Good. See ya.
Are socialism, authoritarianism, and being anti-American. He does not care about liberal democracy. Now, some of you who've been listening to this might be thinking, you know, God, what a weird, big overreaction Jeremiah is having. Sure, there's this one guy, there's this Hassan Piker guy. He sounds like an idiot, sure, whatever. He's got some bad views, but like, why are you focusing on this? What's the purpose of doing a whole podcast on this? Why would you focus here? This is not a larger problem. Isn't this just clickbait? Aren't you just rage baiting us? Why would you heavily focus on one bad idiot and bring up all the worst things he's ever said and make it into some spectacle? And again, this is where I hope I have some credibility with you, as someone who has criticized the Republican Party for so long, to argue that, no, this is real. This is an important thing to pay attention to. It's a genuine problem. It's not as far developed as it is on the right. But based on how I understand what happened to conservative politics, the same thing is happening now on the left.
Uh-oh.
And if you have left of center politics, whether you're to the far left or to the center left, or just being in the center, which makes you anti-Trump maybe, you should care whether or not your broad coalition is being infected with this kind of stuff. Because it's not just Hassan Piker, unfortunately. The rise of openly authoritarian leftists, or tankies as they're sometimes called, has been something that has shocked me over the last 10 years.
Not good.
It's becoming more and more common on social media to see people who are just like, yeah, well, I'm a Stalinist. Yeah, well, I'm a Maoist. I believe in authoritarian socialism. It's becoming more and more common to see people who openly advocate for violence, who say, you know what, political violence is useful. We should kill them. And who do we find at the root of those problems? Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker, who has said on stream, and sorry, we're going to get a little PC here. We're going to get a little, cover your ears if there's children around.
Uh-oh.
But he has said on stream, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers.
What?
Talking about people who own landlords.
I was there.
Kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. Murder those motherfuckers in the streets. Let the streets soak in their red fucking capitalist blood. This is, I wonder where this instance of political violence came from on the left. Hassan Piker said that Rick Scott should be killed, former senator. He has tweeted gun imagery at other Republican senators. Hassan Piker believes in political violence if it's helpful to him. Genuinely, he does.
What?
He said that America deserved 9/11. He said that Mao is one of the greatest, Mao Zedong, who we were talking about earlier. He says that Mao is one of the greatest men of history, who he would never criticize. Direct words, I would never criticize Mao. It's just, every single extremist bent that the Democrats are engaging in, he's emblematic of all of it. And his defenders will try to be like, oh, you hate that he's like advocating for poor people. He just wants healthcare for everyone. No, that's not it.
True.
That's definitely not it. That is not why people dislike him. And while this is not a large camp, this group of violent authoritarians, it's not yet a large camp in the Democratic Party, it's growing. Every year there's more and more of these people. It's becoming more and more common on social media to see historical revision.
I just wish Destiny would do this for his cat game streams. Any amount of chopping an image up or making something transparent or whatever, audiences always freak the fuck out. You cannot ever change. Audiences are too used to seeing like whole rectangles and stuff that has looks a certain way. As soon as you alter anything like that, everybody fucking complains. You can never ever change this. People aren't ready for it, okay? Sorry.
So insane.
Around the USSR or Maoist China or any communist government that has killed its own citizens in the past in a quest for socialism. There's an entire media ecosystem of publications out there now that will basically run cover for any dictator or authoritarian as long as they're kind of anti-American. This is people like the Gray Zone. This is people like Code Pink who will defend Venezuela or Assad or Russia or anything at all as long as they're just America bad. This is increasingly common in real world political organizing groups like the DSA. The DSA is becoming more and more friendly to authoritarian regimes in Cuba and Venezuela. If you look at their caucuses, they have explicit caucuses, which are basically like Maoism and Stalinism are good. Many of their leadership believe this kind of thing. Really, the only unifying belief of all these people is that it's okay to commit violent or authoritarian acts if it gets us closer to socialism, and that America is kind of the unique, special villain of the world that needs to be destroyed. That is kind of the unifying ethos of this group of extremists. And yes, I would like the Democratic Party to not move in that direction. I think it's bad to feature them. I think it's bad to include them. We live in a time where, look, Donald Trump is actively lighting the country on fire. If they lose the 2028 presidential election, or maybe the 2026 midterms, who knows, they will probably try to steal the election again. Donald Trump already tried to steal the 2020 presidential election. He did it very openly. It didn't work. Democracy is in danger. So, forgive me for trying to hold on to the idea that Democrats should believe in democracy. To me, that is a core principle that is really non-negotiable. And I just don't believe that Hassan Piker believes in democracy. I don't. And look, if Hassan Piker and people like him want to vote for Democrats, if they want to push in the same direction as me to get Trump out of the way, I will push alongside them. Trump is dangerous enough that I am not in the practice of turning down allies. I actually believe pretty strongly in a big tent for the Democratic Party. I think we should be welcoming to all kinds of people. And if Hassan Piker wants to be somebody inside the tent, good for him. I would be happy to have your vote and your, if you're trying to make Democrats win. The problem with that is that it's not.
The Pod Save America subreddit is so leftist poisoned. Welcome to Reddit. Every single subreddit is leftist poisoned except for H3H3, mine, and I don't know about how the neoliberal subreddit is doing lately, but every other subreddit is going to be mega leftist poisoned. Yes. Destiny, please have this man on stream. I chatted with this guy alongside Adam Mockler, I think. This was the other guy who was there, Jeremiah.
Not clear that Hassan Piker wants Democrats to win. Hassan Piker spends almost all of his time criticizing Democrats from the left. He spends significantly more time criticizing Democrats than he does criticizing Republicans. He likes to draw false equivalencies where he will scream at full volume, full-throated, emotion running through his veins that Kamala Harris is just as bad as Trump, that she would be doing the exact same thing as Trump. He believes this. He believes it deep in his soul that Democrats are just as bad as, Republicans. At least, the kind of Democrats that he doesn't like. Piker is more than happy to endorse Democrats when it's basically far-left candidates running against center-left candidates. Yep. His primary political project is not to defeat Trump, it's to defeat the center-left from the left.
True.
And if that means burning down the center-left such that Trump wins, that's an acceptable outcome for him. Again, I would be happy to have someone like him voting for Democrats. The problem is that I'm not sure that he does. I'm not sure that he does.
He doesn't.
In 2024, he was invited to attend the Democratic National Convention. He actually attended the convention in Chicago. He did not, as far as I'm aware, ever explicitly.
Can I tell you my theory on? So Hassan said that he voted for Kamala. Obviously, granted, I don't have much place to speak, but he said he voted for Kamala, and he said he took a picture of it. I don't think he did.
No.
And I think the thought behind it was that he thought Kamala was going to win, and that she was going to really fuck something up, and then he was going to later release the photo of his ballot showing that he wrote in Bernie Sanders or he did a green. I guarantee you,
Maybe.
he did not vote for Kamala for
yeah,
sure.
No, I don't think he did.
Endorse Kamala Harris.
And the funny thing is, it even doesn't matter. Like, it's just completely unacceptable that you would tell your audience that you wouldn't tell them who to vote for president. Like, what is the whole point of you being a political streamer? It's just totally bizarre.
Exactly. Like how, dare I say, how one person votes is not important, but how you influence many other to vote with your money and with your time and with your words is way more important than your own personal vote.
Yeah.
If you can get 10 people to vote and you don't vote, I don't give a shit. That's way better.
I mean, it's literally, that's what we do. We're political influencers. Our job. The whole point is to go, yeah, it's stupid.
Actually, this seemed kind of crazy. I was like, how could he have done that? Like, surely he at least kind of begrudgingly endorsed her at one point. I searched. Maybe my search was not good enough, but I could not find ever that he ever sat down and said directly into camera, I endorse Kamala Harris. I'm voting for her, and you should also vote for her, and here's why. I don't think he ever did that. He claims to be, I want to help. I'm not as bad as you make me out to be. But, he just doesn't help Democrats. Not really, unless you're a far left Democrat. He did a podcast appearance recently where he talked on Pod Save America, and he said, just treat me like you treat one of those Never Trump Republicans. The thing about the Never Trump Republicans is that they vote for Democrats. When they say Never Trump, they actually believe it. You can get mad at Liz Cheney all you want, and this crowd loves to bring up Liz Cheney and other kind of Republican apostates who've, started advocating against the Republican
Apostate? Or is it really apostate?
Party. But the thing about Liz Cheney is she got on stage and she said, you should vote for Kamala Harris. And Liz Cheney believes all sorts of things that I don't like. I think she has a lot of really dumb views. But she, despite disagreeing with Kamala Harris on many, many things, she thought Trump was dangerous enough.
He's wrong.
And that MAGA is dangerous enough that we should vote for Kamala Harris anyway, and she said so. She put her personal grievances aside and said, vote for the person to defeat Donald Trump. And Hasan Piker does not do that. Sure, Hasan Piker is allowed to disagree with mainstream Democrats. But for the good of the country, we should all be trying to defeat Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, and he does not sit down and tell his followers to do that. Instead, he says things like, if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, I will not vote for him. I will not support him, and I will not vote for him.
I'm so stupid.
Which again, look, do you take the threat of authoritarianism on the right seriously or not? Because if you take it seriously, you swallow your differences with politicians who you might not like all the way. Or you could be a purity testing, guy who just wants clout on the internet. And certainly Hasan Piker has gotten a lot of that. He's been very successful. He's received positive, glowing coverage from Cosmopolitan and The New Yorker and Variety and GQ and Vulture and Wired. And most of these profiles are just absolutely fawning.
My
Hasan is so
bathtub
cool. He's looking at me
piece.
so hot. And look, if we're being real, so much of this is just because Hasan Piker is attractive. He's an attractive bro-looking guy. He's look at this guy. He's interesting and hot, and he's an alpha male, but he believes in socialism. And it's weird how much the media sucks up to him. He gets so much good press. Recently, Ezra Klein had a column saying, hey, we should accept Hasan Piker, that was centered around the anti-Semitism argument, which I think is honestly like one of the greatest failures of centrist messaging or moderate messaging here. I blame Third Way, because Third Way is run by people who I don't know what they're doing over there. They decided to make their big criticism of Hasan Piker, not that he's an authoritarian who openly likes murderous regimes. They decided to make it a thing about he hates Jews.
True.
Which, big
mistake.
I don't know. Maybe there's partial evidence for that, but also there's a lot of partial evidence that he doesn't. Like, he loves.
In my humble opinion, Ezra Klein is permanently tainted. I just think he does. I don't know. After the interview with Ben Shapiro was crazy. That was just wild to me.
Bernie Sanders, who's a Jewish guy. So Third Way runs out with this extremely stupid line of attack, which lets Piker easily rebut that attack without having to deal with the more serious things. And so Ezra Klein comes out and says, I don't believe he's an anti-Semite, and Democrats should, talk to him anyways. And I like Ezra Klein, but it's shocking to me that he did not do the barest amount of research here into the other stuff that Hasan Piker has said. So, look, I believe in big tent politics. I want to build a party that can be big enough to beat the Republican Party, because I think they are incredibly dangerous. And in order to beat them, we need a big tent. But the thing about a big tent is that it is still a tent. There is still a dividing line between being inside and outside. And if Hasan wants to be on the inside and actually helping to elect Democrats, then I will swallow my objections and shut up and let him do that. God knows there are a lot of other people in both the right and left directions voting against Trump that I'm just happy to have your vote. And frankly, this is the reality of building a big tent. If you want to build a big tent that can actually get like 55% of the national vote, God forbid 60% of the national vote, that kind of thing is only possible when you have a lot of people inside the tent that disagree with you. But I don't think that Hasan Piker should be driving the direction of the Democratic Party. I don't think that he should be one of the leading intellectual voices telling us where to go, that he should be given prime spots in every media outlet, on every podcast, that he should be considered a thought leader. That is ridiculous and absurd. And frankly, if you are doing that, if you are a member of the media doing that, it's a dereliction of your responsibility.
Damn.
Because Hasan Piker is not your ally. It bothers me that a growing number of the people in the Democratic Party cannot pass the test. The bare minimum is that we should not propagandize for mass murdering regimes, for authoritarian, totalitarian dictators. And the fact that so many people are failing this, so many podcast hosts and media outlets and Democratic Party politicians are still cozying up to Piker and trying to get his endorsement, trying to like get some clout from having him on their show, it just bothers me quite a lot. Hasan Piker is not your friend. If you are a liberal, if you are a small L liberal of any kind, if you believe in political liberalism and liberal democracy, Hasan Piker is not your friend because he does not believe in liberal democracy. He's not just, the cool, hot bro who wants people to have health care. He is a genocide-excusing, terrorist-promoting, authoritarian bootlicker.
Jesus.
He is happy to propagandize for governments that crush the rights of gay people and ethnic minorities as long as the boot that is stamping on their faces is a boot made in a socialist factory.
Wow.
And he would gladly see his enemies, including some of you listening to this, thrown in non-metaphorical, actual re-education camps if you disagree with him.
Jeez.
And the fact that he is promoted as a leader is baffling.
We've got a hater alert.
If you're a
Massive
liberal
hater.
like I am, I think all of this should worry you. I think that will be it for this episode today. That's the case that I make. I criticize Democrats because I am a Democrat, because I want to hold my party to high standards. I don't want to engage in whataboutism, where I criticize one party and ignore the same thing in my own. I'm not going to do that. I want my party to have standards. I want to be in a coalition with people who believe in liberalism at a minimum. And I'm okay disagreeing with people. But the line that I think we should draw is that, number one, if you're going to be in the tent, you have to be in the tent. You have to be actually helping Democrats. And number two, just don't run propaganda for murderous authoritarian governments.
Easy.
That's such an easy line.
Triple S.
But I do want to be in a coalition with all of you out there, all of the people listening. I want to say thank you for supporting the Center for New Liberalism. Thank you for supporting the organization, the podcast, your local chapters, and the work that we do overall. You guys are what make the podcast possible. So thank you so much for listening, and we'll catch you at the next episode.
Wow. Shrimple as.
Now let's see him crash out.
I think they're wonderful. They just don't go far enough. Because at the end of the day, you see a drawback on some of those policies, and
okay. Jesus. Wait, this isn't live yet? Vance reveals why talks with Iran didn't end with a deal.
Because they suck at deal making. Duh. That guy laid some fucking bars down on the Hasan hate.
Yeah?
Yeah.
$132. Fuck. We'll
They
listen
never
to some-
start on time, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
A 24-year-old university student named Kwon Dae-hee walks into a plastic surgery clinic in Gangnam, Seoul. He wants a V-line jaw, the same sharp, sculpted jawline you see on every K-pop idol, every Korean drama lead, every Korean reality star, and every billboard in the subway. He's been editing his photos for months to preview what it would look like. His family worries, tells him not to do it. Kwon books the appointment.
They're haters. Don't listen to him,
The clinic
Kwon.
was prominent. It had operated for 14 years without a reported incident. And most importantly, the head surgeon oversaw every procedure from start to finish. CCTV footage from the operating room shows the plastic surgeon beginning the procedure at 12:56 p.m., cutting into Kwon's jawbone with 3 nursing assistants present. About an hour later, the surgeon walks out. In his place, a recent medical school graduate with no plastic surgery license enters the room and continues the operation. The surgery takes over 3 hours when it should have taken less than 90 minutes. After the operation, the nurses are left to monitor Kwon as he bleeds. They mop the blood off the floor 13 times. Medical professionals later assessed that he had lost roughly 3 times the amount of blood the doctors reported. Kwon's brother receives a call that evening. Kwon is not doing well. By the time he arrives at the hospital, Kwon is unconscious. 7 weeks later, he tragically passes away, only 24 years old. Kwon's story is extreme, but the system that produced it is not. In the Gangnam district alone, there are 457
Gangnam
registered
style.
plastic surgery clinics. 1 in 5 women in South Korea have had plastic surgery, and among female college students nationally, the figure is roughly 1 in 2. But this video is not
They just
only
like to be
about
beautiful.
Korea. Korea is the canary in the coal mine. So the question is not why Korea became the plastic surgery capital of the world. The question is whether the rest of the world can avoid following the same path. This is Korea, the first plastic society.
Damn.
To understand how Korea got here, you need to go back to the Korean War. In 1954, an American military surgeon named David Ralph Millard arrived in South Korea as chief plastic surgeon for
Jewish,
the U.S. Marine Corps.
guaranteed.
Later, he would be recognized as one of the top 10 plastic surgeons of the millennium by the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. It's funny because he called post-war Korea a plastic surgeon's paradise. Initially, Millard performed reconstructive work on wounded soldiers, civilians, and children. But in the middle of the chaos, he found an unlikely patient: Korean women who wanted to make their eyes appear more Western. I know, pretty crazy stuff. He published papers on what he called de-orientalizing procedures, trained local Korean doctors, and left behind a surgical infrastructure that would grow into the national industry that we see today. But there was already a cultural foundation waiting: the Korean philosophical practice of kwansang, the belief that a person's face reveals their destiny, and it dates back to the 7th century. Layer that onto a post-war society absorbing Western beauty ideals through American military presence, and you have a unique vulnerability to surgical self-modification. But plastic surgery was mostly limited to the elite few. It was really a luxury, not a necessity. That was until the 1997 Asian financial crisis. IMF enforced restructuring, eliminated labor protections that led to mass layoffs across the country. The job market was flooded with applicants, and Koreans needed any edge they could get, and that included appearance. A new term emerged, and forgive me, Korean audience, I'll try my best. Chuyap Sunghyung, which just means employment surgery. It's cosmetic work to just find work. From 1997 to 2011, cosmetic procedures in Korea tripled. But as fast as it was growing, nothing would grow Korea's obsession with plastic more than one industry: K-pop. And K-pop did not create Korea's beauty standards, it merely industrialized them. It took many of Korea's most damaging cultural beauty traditions and just amplified them. And it's a pretty grim picture. For example, entertainment companies recruit trainees as young as 8 to 10 years old, assessing them on physical metrics, head-to-body ratio, daily weigh-ins, and more. Members of Oh My Girl reportedly could not exceed 101 pounds. And in addition to the weight, there is extreme pressure.
Oh, so wanting girls that aren't fat is a crime now.
To conform to specific beauty standards in Korea. You've got the V-line jaw, double eyelids, small face, pale skin, high nose bridge, and Korean clinics market a golden ratio face using proportions derived from 1.618. And for those of you confused by the number, it just basically means face width over the length, and that's 1 to 1.618, whatever that is. Let's go over some more crazy stories. Megastar Kwang Hee has openly discussed his extreme plastic surgery habits. He revealed that he has had work done on his nose, eyes, and forehead. And he often says it's his mother that encouraged it so he could succeed in the industry. NCT's Chunla revealed that SM Entertainment asked him to undergo plastic surgery at around 13 years old. Jesse, Chui, Young Chae-eun, Teo, Toon, and many, many more. It's no longer an open secret. It's very, very public. Most fans would agree that the vast majority of K-pop stars have had work done. And the result is very simple. 25% of Korean surgery patients bring photos of K-pop idols as their reference image. But who can blame them? 93% of Korean firms required a photo on job applications. And worse yet, nearly 50% of HR managers admitted to rejecting applicants for their appearance. And this is just what people admitted. When this is the work environment, not getting the surgery actually becomes almost irrational. Just as getting degrees increase your chance of a bright future, plastic surgery does the exact same thing in Korea. But rational individual choices inside irrational systems don't stay stable. 2 separate loops make sure of that. Okay, look, I can't fix Korea's beauty economy, but here's one thing you can do for yourself without going under the knife.
It's getting NordVPN!
I am a 29-year-old man who can't grow a full beard, which means I'm shaving all the time. But I started to wonder, why do I just accept that razor bumps are part of the deal? And what actually causes them anyways? Turns out, it's a design problem. Most cartridge razors use springs and pivots that let the blade flex mid-stroke. That flex creates inconsistency, tugging, irritation, and instead of fixing it, the industry just adds more blades, more lubrication strips, and more aftershave, treating symptoms, not the cause. Henson is the best razor I've ever used.
Wait! I'm sorry, Mr. Admin, we'll come back. You guys said this would be not on time. Wait, no, this was a premiere on Fox News of an interview. They had already done it. It wasn't a live thing. Fuck you guys.
Let's talk about the Iran negotiations and maybe what went wrong in Islamabad. Joining us now, Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
What happened, and where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, Brett, I wouldn't say that things went wrong. I also think things went right. We made a lot of progress, but we also made very clear, and I think this is part of the progress we made, what the terms where the United States could make some accommodation, what terms we were flexible on, and what things we absolutely needed to see in order for the President of the United States to feel like he was getting a good deal. And so we laid those things out. We had some good conversations. I think it was the first time that you had ever seen the Iranian government, U.S. government meet at such a high level, maybe in the history of the current leadership of Iran. So that's, I think, a positive. And again, we did make some progress in the negotiation. The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will will have enough flexibility, whether the Iranians will accept the critical things that we need to see in order for things to get done.
Well, what are the red lines, like for Iran, and what didn't they accept? Why are we at the place we're at now?
Yeah, so back out just a little bit, Brett. What the President of the United States has said is, number one, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. So all of our red lines flow from that fundamental premise, because it is one thing for the Iranians to say that they themselves are never going to have a nuclear weapon. They are willing to say that, and that's good. But you have to, of course, verify these things. And there are two things in particular where the President of the United States really said we have no flexibility. We have to get to the outcome that the President said. On the first of those things, what some people call the dust, which is the enriched uranium that the Iranians currently possess, we have said that we want that to come out of their country, and we would like to take possession of it. Now, why does that matter? That doesn't matter, of course, because they have access to that material now. That material is actually buried underground by Operation Midnight Hammer. But if you think about this over the long haul, the president doesn't want to leave the next president or the president after that to be worrying about this program. And so we would like to get that material out of the country completely so that the United States has control of it. That's number one. And the second thing is that, again, to this point about verification, it's one thing for the Iranians to say that they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. It's another thing for us to put in place the mechanism to ensure that's not going to happen. Part of that is, of course, to ensure that they don't have the ability to enrich uranium, which is how they got so close to a nuclear weapon before. So those are really the two things where, frankly, the Iranians, I think, did make some progress. They moved in our direction, which is why I think we would say that we had some good signs, but they didn't move far enough. And so what we decided is, you know what, given that we don't think this current team and this current timeline is going to be able to make a deal, let them go back to Tehran. We're going to go back to Washington, and that's where we are today.
So is there a next step? Are there more talks coming? Do they happen in Pakistan, and are you leading them?
I know this might sound a bit retarded, but were there any examples in the past of the president and or VP going on mainstream news for one-on-one interviews like this? No, I don't believe so, no.
Well, it's an interesting question, Brett, and I think fundamentally it's a question that would be best put to the Iranians because the ball really is in their court. We've made clear where we're willing, again, to be accommodating, and we've made clear where we absolutely need to see the nuclear material come out of the country of Iran. Now, what's interesting, Brett, about this is that in the process of doing this negotiation, I do think that we acquired some knowledge about how the Iranians are negotiating, and this is ultimately why we left Pakistan, because what we figured out is that they were unable, I think the team that was there was unable to cut a deal, and they had to go back to Tehran, either from the supreme leader or somebody else, and actually get approval to the terms that we had set. So, again, whether we have further conversations, whether we ultimately get to a deal, I really think the ball is in the Iranian court because we put a lot on the table. We actually made very clear what our red lines were. We also made clear, Brett, that we actually would be very happy. The President of the United States has said he would be very happy if Iran was treated like a normal country, if it had a normal economy, if its people were able to prosper and thrive. But in order for Iran to be a normal country economically...
So we're normalizing relations with Iran is the goal? Why did we take the most roundabout possible way of doing this? Why didn't we just start with that, before killing everybody there and bombing them?
It's going to have to be a normal country from the perspective of not pursuing a nuclear weapon, and it's going to have to be a normal country from not pursuing terrorism. And so there really is, I think, a grand deal to be had here, but it's up to the Iranians, I think, to take the next step.
I hear you talking about the enriched uranium and the nuclear weapon and the inability for them to have one in the long term. I don't hear you mentioning fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz, toll-free. Is that one of the red lines?
Well, it's one of the things we talked about, Brett, is that we need to see the Straits of Hormuz fully open. And this is, frankly, one of the things where the Iranians tried to move the goalposts during the negotiation. We made very clear that that's unacceptable. We came to the negotiation saying the United States, what we've given here is a ceasefire. We've stopped bombing the country. What we expect the Iranians to give up is a full reopening of the Straits of Hormuz. We have seen, as the president has said, some significant uptick in traffic coming through the Straits of Hormuz. That's good for the global economy. It's good for the United States of America as well. But we haven't seen that full reopening. So our expectation is that the Iranians are going to continue to make progress to opening the Straits of Hormuz. And if they don't, it's going to fundamentally change the negotiation that we have with them.
You're not surprised. I mean, the Iranians often talk about negotiations and in a different way. The Iranian foreign minister posted in intensive talks at highest level in 47 years, Iran engaged with the U.S. in good faith to end war. But when just inches away from Islamabad MOU, we encountered maximalism, shifting goalposts, and blockade. Zero lessons earned. Goodwill begets goodwill. Enmity begets enmity. That does not sound like they're heading back to the table anytime soon. Does this ceasefire continue and then the war starts again?
Well, first of all, Brett, I have to give a lot of credit to Field Marshal Munir and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, both who are incredible hosts and I think incredible statesmen and helping, mediate the conversation between us and the Iranians, again, two countries that have not really had serious discussions in a very long time. But to your point about Foreign Minister Araghchi's statement, if you see what Foreign Minister Araghchi said, yes, there's a little bit of bluster, but if you read between the lines, he himself is saying that we were just inches away from an agreement. And I think that what that suggests is the Iranians, one, they're very interested in making a deal. Two, they did move pretty close to our position over the stage of the negotiations. But one thing I'll say, Brett, is Iranians are very different negotiators. At least those Iranians were very different negotiators than we are in the United States. What I did and what Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff did is that we made very clear, look, these are the things that we're willing to give, but these are the things that we must have. We must have the enriched material out of Iran. We must have their conclusive commitment to
what does that mean? That The Iranians are different negotiators than what we normally talk. How? What?
Develop a nuclear weapon. And I think that if the Iranians are willing to meet us there, then this could be a very, very good deal for both countries. If they're not willing to meet us there, that's up to them. That's their decision. And really, the ball is very much in their court. So you ask what happens next? I think the Iranians are going to determine what happens next as the President of the United States says, we have the cards. We have the military advantage. We now have additional economic pressure that we're applying on them through the blockade that we've imposed on their oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we have a lot of cards. We have the leverage, and we're going to see what the Iranians
We got the cards. Thank God.
And so that's how the blockade works. U.S. naval ships stop Iranian-flagged vessels going to the Strait through the Strait of Hormuz.
Not just Iranian-flagged vessels, Brett, but any vessel that we know is going to Iranian ports or has come from Iranian ports. You're probably going to see some vessels try to reflag themselves, but of course we're going to know, because we have very good intelligence, which ships are going in and which ships are coming out that are connected to Iran. But Brett, here's the very interesting thing about all this is that the only thing the Iranians have been able to do, they haven't, of course, beaten us militarily. They've had their military been decimated. They haven't been able to prosecute the case when it comes to weapons of war. What they have done is engage in this act of economic terrorism against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either.
So we're going to do the same. Great. Based. Okay.
We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett, the president wants the Iranian people to thrive and succeed. He has had his negotiation team put on the table a serious proposal. The ball is in Iran's court. Did we make progress? Yes. But we're going to find out from the Iranians whether we can make that ultimate bit of progress that gets us to a big deal.
The president's also said he wants this to end soon as it can. It's being reported that you had real skepticism about this at the beginning and that you expressed that to the president. Is that true?
Well, Brett, you know, I give my advice to the President of the United States, and we all do, and I expect that when I give advice to the President of the United States, that it's going to be private, because the President should rely on his senior advisors without them then running to the media. What I will say, Brett, is that I 100% agree with the President on the fact that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. I've seen that just in the negotiation that we've had over the last couple of days, that these are tough negotiators, but they're fundamentally the kinds of people where them having a nuclear weapon would impose terrible costs on the entire world. If they're willing to engage in economic terrorism on the entire world, what would it mean? What leverage would they have if they had a nuclear bomb in Tehran? That's not an outcome that is acceptable to us or really should be acceptable to anybody. So I 100% support the president's goals here to keep nuclear weapons, to keep the worst weapons of war out of the hands of the Iranians.
A few more things, Mr. Vice President. You say there's progress being made here and the trip to Pakistan was not fruitless. However, I'm not hearing the next step if the Iranians don't do the next step. You also campaigned for Viktor Orban in Hungary, and he lost that race, defeated after 16 years in power.
What happened there, buddy?
Your thoughts about whether it was worth it to go support Viktor Orban in that race, considering he lost significantly, and he's one of the only European leaders who supports Vladimir Putin?
Well, first of all, Brett, I think that Viktor Orban's a great guy who's done a very good job. I think that his legacy in Hungary is transformational, 16 years fundamentally changing that country. But one of the reasons why we decided to do that, Brett, is not because, you know, we can't read polls. We certainly knew there was a very good chance that Viktor would lose that election. We did it because he's one of the few European leaders we've seen who's been willing to stand up to the bureaucracy in Brussels that has been very, very bad for the United States. So, for example, when you see a European bureaucrat go after an American company, sometimes the only vote no, the only vote...
The bureaucracy in Brussels. He's talking about, he's shitting on the European Union. I don't think I've ever in my life heard a U.S. leader say Brussels. Every single time you hear Brussels spoken as an insult, it's always a Eurosceptic person from the EU. That's crazy. Maybe there have been a speech, or maybe there's been speeches where some Eurosceptic American person has said it, but that's almost exclusively like a European talking point.
To protect that American interest has been Viktor
Or
Orban.
Eurosceptic
We didn't go
talking
because
point.
we expected Viktor to cruise to an election victory. We went because it was the right thing to do, to stand behind a person who had stood by us for a very long time. So this wasn't about Russia, and fundamentally it wasn't about Europe. It was about the United States and the fact that he's been a good partner to both me and the president personally, but also to the United States. I'm sad that he lost. We'll work very well, I'm sure, with the next prime minister of Hungary. But it wasn't a bad trip at all, because it's worth standing by people, even if you don't win every race.
Mr. Vice President, stand by if you would. Special report continues with the Vice President of the United States after this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Hello? Oh, that was it. Liar. Destiny, you're wrong about this. It's common in news stuff. It's like someone saying Washington, D.C. instead of the government. What? No, you're fucking retarded. Brussels is referring to the European Council, the European Union. It's referring to criticisms of the EU.
Shaving since I think I was 14, and truly
Stop
it's the best.
one-guying
It's
me.
made by aerospace machinists who machine the blade angle to extremely tight tolerances so the blade just doesn't move. Because of that, you don't press hard. You just let the weight of the razor do the work. I've been using mine for about a year and a half, and my razor bumps have decreased a ton. And the economics are just as good as a shave. The razor itself is built to last a lifetime. Blades cost a few cents each, and I still have blades left over from when I first bought it. Way cheaper than the big boys. It's so good, my girlfriend uses one too now.
Whoa!
Yes, I have a girlfriend. And if you use the link in the description and code 2 and 20, you get a free 100 pack of blades. That's about 2 years worth of shaving for free. Now, back to the video.
Okay, thank you.
Once you understand why Koreans get surgery, the next question is why the system accelerates rather than reaching equilibrium. The answer, 2 self-reinforcing loops are running simultaneously.
Okay.
None of them can fix itself from within. Loop 1, the maintenance trap. Most people think of plastic surgery as a one-time event, but unfortunately, it's more like a subscription. Let me demonstrate. Botox, for example, must be repeated every 3 to 4 months to hold its effects. Dermal fillers last 6 to 18 months, a mini facelift lasts 5 to 8 years, a full facelift lasts 10 to 12. Breast implants are classified by the FDA as non-lifetime devices, with rupture rates reaching 35 to 50% by year 20. Rhinoplasty, the second most common surgical procedure in Korea, carries a revision rate of 3 to 15% depending on the study.
Damn.
Overall, 10 to 20% of facial plastic surgery patients require revision within 5 years.
Damn.
My point is, the cascade is mechanical. Revision surgery is technically harder, which raises the probability of needing another revision after that. Lifetime, it probably will cost you $450,000. Yeah,
Damn.
very, very affordable. And there's also a psychological angle. Starting Botox at 28 to prevent wrinkle formation and stopping at 35 does not return you to your 28-year-old face. It returns you to a 35-year-old face that looks worse by contrast than if you had never started. Essentially, you can never go back. That's the first loop. But the genetics problem is the one nobody talks about publicly, and it might be the darkest. Surgery modifies phenotype, not genotype. A woman who reshapes her appearance through eyelid surgery, rhinoplasty, and jaw reduction will pass to her children the same genetic face she had before the first procedure. In a society where 1 in 3 young women has had surgery, a meaningful fraction of the next generation is born looking distinctly unlike their surgically altered parents. This is so common that Korean internet has a term for this. Sungyeong Yuchun. Plastic surgery genetics. The mismatch between the face you paid for and the face your children inherit. And there was a story that went viral in 2012. Basically, a Chinese man who had allegedly divorced his wife and sued her after the child appeared ugly, claiming she had spent $100,000 on cosmetic surgery in Korea before they met. Here's the thing. The story was almost certainly fake, published by a Chinese tabloid. The viral photo used was a Taiwanese plastic surgery clinic advertisement, and the children were digitally altered. But the story spread globally and resonated intensely. It articulated a fear that had already existed. And that fear creates a second loop. Here it is. If a mother's surgical investment does not pass to her daughter, the daughter must repeat the investment independently. And Korean culture has actually normalized this. Parents routinely pay $1,000 to $3,000 for eyelid surgery as a high school graduation gift. Like, listen to this quote. A Seoul plastic surgeon told Time magazine, parents make their kids get plastic surgery, just like they make them study. They realize looks are important for success. Crazy stuff. Each generation performs the same surgical labor as the previous one, because unfortunately, genes are what get passed down. And the human cost of what Korea built is measured in data that is difficult to sit with. A study of 3,227 young Koreans aged 10 to 24 found that 50.4% had distorted body image. The saddest part is the highest prevalence, 55.3%, was in female elementary school students aged 10 to 12. Not teenagers, children. Body dissatisfaction starts as early as ages 5 and 6. Roughly 20% of Korean girls at that age were actively dieting or restricting food out of fear of...
What?
Roughly 20% of Korean girls at that age were actively dieting or restricting food out of fear of gaining weight. It's so crazy that there's a school uniform company called School Looks that began building small makeup pockets inside school blazers for girls. Just think about this. Imagine being a young person in Korea. How are you expected to escape this inevitable trap? And in our view, it's nearly impossible. Real quick, over 96% of you are not subscribed. It takes 2 seconds. It helps
96%, guys?
Plus, it's the only investment you're going to make today that's going to beat
subscribe.
inflation. Back to the video.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
Okay, a lot of you in the West might be saying, why does this matter for me?
Yeah.
I don't live in Korea.
Same.
Well, here's why it matters. The Korean model is being exported, and the channels are already operational. Here's the first channel. Korea's cosmetics exports hit $11.4 billion in 2025, up from $7.6 billion in 2020. That makes them the second largest cosmetics exporter in the world. And in 2024, it surpassed France as the leading beauty exporter to the American market. And many of you have probably seen this effect. Anytime you go to Costco, Target, there's Korean products everywhere. Sephora even partnered with Olive Young to open its first US stores in early 2026. Here's the second channel, medical tourism. Korea received 1.17 million foreign medical patients in 2024. That's nearly double the 610,000 who came in 2023. Japan and China together accounted for 60%. And foreign patients spent $2.47 billion. Plastic surgery and dermatology alone are generating $950 million. But the bigger story here is that the forces that built Korea's trap are now active everywhere. Cosmetic procedures have grown like crazy since the pandemic, and that growth is not slowing down. The global market is on track to roughly double by the early 2030s. The US is the single biggest spender on aesthetic procedures in the world, and even that market is expected to double within the next decade. And even Brazil already operates a parallel version of the Korean model. Surgeon Ivo Pitangui, known as the Pope of plastic surgery, persuaded the Brazil government in the 1960s that beauty was a basic human right. Pretty funny stuff. The government now subsidizes nearly 500,000 cosmetic surgeries annually through the public health system. Over 220 clinics offer free or discounted procedures to low-income patients. Turkey is Europe's surgery capital, and the reason why is simple. A rhinoplasty in Turkey costs $3,000 versus $8,000 in the US, and a hair transplant costs $2,500 versus $10,000. You can also get all the Ibiza boss veneers you desire. Social media ties it all together. Researchers have found a clear link between time spent on Instagram and Snapchat and the desire to do plastic surgery. Plastic surgeons started noticing it years ago. Patients weren't bringing in photos of celebrities anymore. They were bringing in filtered selfies. Their own faces run through Snapchat, smoothed and sculpted into something that never existed. That became the goal. It got so common that the clinical world gave it a name: Snapchat dysmorphia. And then COVID accelerated everything, with millions watching themselves on video calls for hours daily, not paying attention to anything that they're watching. 86.4% of dermatologists reported patients citing video conferencing as the reason for cosmetic care, when all they could do is just turn off that mirroring setting. 40% of people who had never considered cosmetic procedures were inspired to pursue them by how they looked on Zoom. And there you have it. The convergence is complete. Social media globalizes beauty standards in real time. Medical tourism makes surgery accessible beyond high-income countries. Financing and buy now, pay later platforms lower the domestic barrier. Non-surgical procedures create a low-barrier entry point that leads to surgical procedures over time. And the Korean playbook? Normalization, institutional reinforcement, generational transmission, it's already being copied everywhere. Okay, that was a lot. But here's what doesn't get exported.
What?
The mass appearance insecurity, the institutionalized hiring discrimination, the generational pressure, the psychiatric toll. None of that shows up in trade data. Korea's brightest medical students are choosing plastic surgery over cardiology, oncology, infectious disease, because the money is just simply way better. The beauty economy has become a machine that reproduces the very anxieties that created it. Each generation inherits a more expensive, more normalized, more deeply embedded version of that pressure. Like, what are we doing? Remember Kwon Dae-hee. He did not walk into that Gangnam clinic because he was in vain. He walked in because the system around him told him, through job applications and K-pop billboards and HR departments and the faces on every screen, that the face he was born with was not enough. He was 24. He had been editing photos for months to preview what he would look like on the other side. And when that unlicensed doctor walked into the operating room, when the blood soaked the floor 13 times, when both doctors left and the nurses stood there alone, the system worked exactly as it was designed. It extracted the payment, and it delivered nothing. The Korean cosmetic industry is a double-edged sword.
Well, I mean, did he look pretty at least before he died?
Myself use Korean skincare products every day, and they are by far the best. By far. But what happens when that skill reshapes society's expectations? When the industry gets so advanced, so accessible, so normalized that choosing not to participate, that becomes the abnormal choice. Korea didn't just build the...
Hot take! In the United States, this has happened to teeth, where the obsession with like the veneers, it used to just be in like the 2000s, it was like with the bleaching and the braces or whatever. But now with the crazy bleaching, you have to have like perfectly straight braces. You have to have, some people are getting like veneers will be more common for, it's just like and the blasting light. Like if you go watch movies from the 90s, it's just crazy the difference in standards that we've come to expect there. It's insane.
World's most sophisticated beauty economy. It built a culture where opting out actually carries a cost at work, a cost in relationships, a cost that starts before you're old enough to understand what you're paying. The thing is, the products are excellent, the science is real, but somewhere along the way, the line between self-improvement and self-erasure got very, very blurry, and the people paying the highest price are the ones the system was supposed to serve. Thank you for watching. Make sure you check out our Discord community and check out Henson razors. They are really the best. I actually use them.
Wow. Thank you.
This might be one of...
No! Not you. Why was I linked this? Oh, this is the Pod Save America subreddit. 873 comments! Oh, God. Oh, boy. Let's go over our queen first. Hold on.
America's throwing away its good cards. China and Russia must be celebrating. They dreamed of breaking the Atlantic Alliance, and Trump is delivering that one on a platter to them. We're in the second Cold War. It will last several generations.
Is this imperialism or spectacle?
Of course it's imperialism when you're demanding other people's resources. There are two ways Russia could go down. One is if it's...
Is America about to die? Was Europe ever in such a bad state as right now, having enemies on both sides?
Oh, God, yes. You think it was better in
Where?
World War II?
And when?
World War II, you think it was better? And you had none of the institutional structures. You had no tradition of Germans and French cooperating with each other, anyone doing much cooperation. And think about it. Oh, yeah, it's the great enterprise of European institution building. I'm not an expert on this, but it seems to me it's Benelux, which was formed in 1944. So Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg. They've been trying to form a trade union since the 19th century, never gotten anywhere. They finally do it. And then there are a series of institutions that are created thereafter, some of them that go by unanimity, right, and other ones by majority vote. And they've developed so that now it's of all areas of human cooperation. There are various institutions where in a heartbeat, you can assemble people, important people from countries who have portfolios. I mean, government portfolios where they can act across Europe. And I get it, that it's slow. Working with a lot of people, it's powerful. Dictators just double down on stupid decisions. It gets worse and worse and worse. But democracies have the ability to reassess. You send the party out of power that hasn't been delivering, you put a new one in. You've forgotten that you just turned the lights on now. When was the electrification of Europe completed? I know in the United States, a lot of it was after World War II. But we're a big country. I don't know how that works in Europe. It's smaller, so it's easier to electrify things. There's no TV available during the Napoleonic Wars. If people could actually have filmed what was going on there, I think it would be a lot of mayhem. And that might have been pretty awful. There must have been people who starved to death over armies coming in and just trashing everything.
Subscribe to our channel so you don't miss upcoming episodes with Sarah Payne.
Is America about to die?
No, it's decline. It's like Russia's not going to disappear. Well, unless we all nuke each other, then we shall all disappear. And the rats and cockroaches shall inherit the earth.
Trump plays resource imperialism, you mentioned. Is this imperialism or spectacle?
Of course it's imperialism when you're demanding other people's resources. It can be a reality TV show too, whatever, but it has strategic effects. What do you suppose everyone in Latin America is doing right now?
If isolationism isn't frank and Americans want to keep hard control over Europe, what doesn't that control looks like in practice? Hypothetically.
You're talking about the United States trying to control empires? Like physically going to Venezuela? Oh, that'll work well. We did so well in Afghanistan. The Taliban is back, full circle.
Don't you think that it looks like Russia controlling Poland in 18th century?
It takes boots on the ground, and American soldiers and servicemen may decide that is not the place they want to go and die for. And why? Why? This is the whole problem. This is an incredibly, anachronistic way of looking at power in terms of the land you occupy. That's the continental thing. The way you make money is through compounded wealth, and that comes from industry, commerce, and trade. It does not, look at Russia. It has all the resources in the world. It's poor, right? What is it? In 1980, I think Russia had 6 times the GDP of China. Now China has 9 times the GDP of what's left of Russia. I get it, Russia lost a lot of pieces, but it kept the richest part. It's a wealth-destroying model. It's profoundly, it's a pivotal error. Future generations will pay the price. America's throwing away its good cards. Who does that? China and Russia must be celebrating. They're going to hold a special party, watching the United States just tear up one good car after another after another.
Could Donald Trump destroy NATO?
Trump can destroy the United States part in NATO by just dumping it. But all of the organizing structures that Europeans have, that doesn't have to go away. It's just the big boy's having a tantrum and is currently not part of it. It'll make the United States profoundly weaker. And it's fascinating in a really horrifying sense to watch the Republican Party go along with this. The party that used to emphasize national security. The party, it makes no sense. They need to come to their senses to save their children and their grandchildren. Yeah, you make a pivotal error in this world. You've probably been to Greece and you see the Parthenon up there. The ancient Athenians started getting abusive to their allies. They overextended militarily. And then they had a very dysfunctional politics back home. And it was irretrievable for ancient Athens. They never recovered their preeminence. So go look at the Parthenon. It stands in mute testimony to hubris and the foolish things that people can do. Well. So Americans aren't any different in this if we keep playing our cards so unbelievably poorly and keep demonizing each other instead of working together on shared problems and hearing each other out, by the way.
What's happening right now in Venezuela?
How do I know? I'm not in Venezuela. I understand the big bad boys.
Wait, why is she so aggressive?
How do you look at
it's gunboat diplomacy. If you think about the United States, used to do a lot of gunboat diplomacy.
Chill.
And back in the day, it was all about the Panama Canal, which was much more important before you got these mega container ships and where you can just sail things all around. Whereas before, it was really essential for the United States literally to get its Navy from the East Coast to the West Coast. And then it's been less essential. So there was a lot of gunboat diplomacy going on Well, even the creation of the Panama Canal, right? It was taken away from Colombia, and then it was invested and created. But then you have gumbo diplomacy, where the United States is occupying, the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, for a number of years. You have Eisenhower, who does regime change in Guatemala with Arbenz in 1954. So there's been all this tremendous U.S. involvement there. And you look at Central America and go, has the place improved? Okay, doing this doesn't seem to have gotten us anywhere too special. But then the United States quits under Roosevelt, tries to do the good neighbor policy, and then, what is it? John F. Kennedy has something else.
Don't you think that if somebody did a Maduro move on Hitler in 1938, we wouldn't have had a Second World War?
It's absolutely correct. If the Western powers had not allowed Germany to remilitarize the Rhineland, that was step one, Germany would not have had the industrial resources to do step two. And in order for Germany to really work its magic, for Germany to do all this awful stuff, it requires the resources not only of the Rhineland, but Czechoslovakia, Poland, and then Romania has the oil. And without that, Hitler can't do all this. So this is the problem with allowing first steps that lead to other steps. But here was the negative for Hitler. I learned this anyway, that when he takes over all of Europe, he inherits the big energy deficit zone, because Europe doesn't produce oil. And now all of a sudden, he's responsible for this territory, and where's he going to get the oil to even do sort of basic minimal civilian needs? Well, have fun with that one.
Does being a tyrant justify killing him?
You can look at history. If we're all going to be capping each other's leaders, that won't be the first one. It'll happen. Everybody will be doing it. And what is it? There's a wonderful movie that was done in the 70s, The Man for All Seasons, about Sir Thomas More. And his son-in-law is coming to him and saying, well, look, if you want to get the devil, we're going to tear down the legal system if you want to do that. And Sir Thomas says, yeah, and when you get rid of all the laws and the devil turns on you, what are you going to do? So it's a poor idea doing capping.
That is one thing Europe and Poland should not do.
What it should not do is act like all these problems are going to go away and sit there and just ignore national security issues. Because I'm thinking that, there's a really important thing, and this is for liberals, many of whom the last thing they would ever want to do is visit a war on someone else. Understand that you do not choose necessarily when wars begin. If it's a war of aggression and you're the aggressor, sure, you may decide. But ask Ukrainians whether they decided the day that war was going to begin. They most certainly did not. And so it is, the rules-based order is something you want to protect within castle walls. So as in the last Cold War, the castle walls held. It wasn't great. It was no good for Poland because you were in the wrong castle walls. But for those who were in the West, in the castle walls, they lived perfectly decent lives while funding very large military budgets, and they're going on great family trips while, as you would know, Phil Welby from Poland, Poles live far better than Russians, that they lived in a misery of their own making. So this is the importance. You better make sure the castle walls will hold, and then you will live wonderful lives where you're at. And think about it. Where does everyone want to travel? MAGA people included, when they want to travel abroad, if they've got some pocket change. Be Europe. Why? Because it's beautiful. It's wonderful. The architectural heritage, everything. Convenience of travel, the works. So you have a wonderful place to live. Protect it, and you'll keep it, regardless of what idiocy goes on in Washington.
What can Europe do to break the United States-Russia wedge?
I don't think there is a U.S.-United States-Russia wedge. I mean, Putin loves it that the war in Ukraine he doesn't love. It's not going well. But they dreamed of breaking the Atlantic Alliance, and Trump is delivering that one on a platter to them. So, but I don't think Trump is doing that. So you're worried about some strategic thing for Trump? Putin may be strategic, but Trump most certainly is not. He's doing it for whatever. He's a real estate mogul. He's like, I want this territory, this territory, this territory. And then at the tactical level, if we're in the room together, he wants to dominate whoever's in the room, right? And whatever it is, I want this, I get this. And then if I don't get this, I up the ante. So I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, so Norway, here I come. Okay. So you'll be okay in Europe. The problem with continental dictators is they aren't willing to make any meaningful sacrifices for each other.
Do you recognize Trump as a dictator?
He's a continentalist. So it's a question of if he wants unlimited executive power, that would define him as a dictator, if that's what he really wants. Apparently he said so, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. What he said lately, it changes, right? You don't know from one tweet to the next.
Russia is becoming China's vassal. Mm-hmm. What's the United States calculus for pulling them back?
But we're talking about an unstrategic administration. So you're asking me grand strategy.
But maybe President, but Trump has his own administration.
Yeah, but they've all got their fiefdoms and they're all doing their own thing. And they're apparently just trying to make sure they're in good graces with the golfer in chief. Having no strategy is not a strategy. It's a recipe for disaster.
True.
And they're delivering it up. It's foolish.
What would Russia actually need to defect?
The problem's not going to go away. We're in the second Cold War. It will last several generations. It's a long time. However, in the last Cold War, provided you weren't under Russian occupation, if you're living within the castle walls, you're living a perfectly decent life. There are two ways Russia could go down. One is if its army shatters, and that has happened. That happened, threatened to happen in the Russo-Japanese War, and it absolutely happened in World War I. Their army shattered and just wasn't interested in fighting anymore, and that was that. So that's one possibility. It doesn't seem to be happening. So, and no one knows when armies shatter. It's a mystery. You can't predict. Another possibility is when Putin dies, and there will definitely be regime change. So here's my advice to those of people who don't like Russia, don't like what Russia's doing. So you know how your newspapers write obituaries of famous people? They have it all prepared in advance. They know the guy's going to die, and that means the day the guy dies, all they have to do is add a few paragraphs, right? So you need to have a plan for how you're going to deal with Russia and China the day their leaders go. Have it all written up. For Xi Jinping, for any dictator you don't like, have a nice little plan. And militaries are known for doing this. They have what are called war plans against any number of belligerents. But have one for the day the dictator goes and have it all worked out. And then when the time comes, you'll be more ready than without one.
What if Europe won't buy Russian energy anyway? Could it change something?
Russia offers nothing but energy. So yeah, and then when Europe doesn't buy it, so the fields that Europe's not buying from, it would have to reorient them to China, which apparently is difficult. The reason those fields sell to Europe is because that's the best. Logistically, that's the best way to do it.
Who loses more from a United States, Russia, grand bargain, China or Europe?
I don't see a U.S. It's too transactional. There's no grand bargain with the United States and Russia. There's no honor among thieves, right? If you're talking about a dictator's deal, once the dictators are gone, even while the dictators are there, it's just transactional. Are dictators gaining force? Their economies aren't actually doing very well. If you look at it, and go, Russia's economy is a mess. China's economy is no longer doing as well as it used to by a long shot. In fact, China's economic miracle occurred when it joined the Maritime Party and it cooperated with the Maritime Order. And that's when you get the double-digit growth rates. But that's over. And the longer Xi Jinping doubles down on his 24/7 surveillance state, which is really expensive, by the way. He's putting cameras everywhere, even in classrooms. So if your kid's in the classroom and looks at the teacher and rolls their eyes, that goes into the kids, the family's social security social security meeting, whether you constitute a security threat for the government. Anyway, it's a phenomenal waste of resources. But it's all about the Communist Party staying in power. Iran's economy definitely is not doing well right now, right? How many people have to move out of their capital city because they don't have any water? That speaks to incredible mismanagement. This is the problem with dictators. They mismanage economies.
Can the center hold?
It can. The question is will. And your generation had better do everything within its power to make sure it does. I'm going to age out of this. However it ends, I've already lived my life. I've done all the fun things. Right? I've retired, had wonderful children.
Because you look like a happy person, I think. That's why
I'm a believer. I'm a believer in my fellow human beings. And that's why I'm hitting the lecture circuit. I wish I could have provided more concepts, and then instead of me blobbing blah, blah, blah on what my predictions are, because who knows, I think the concepts are more helpful so that people can form their own decisions. But yeah, there have been many great generations. The greatest generation in the West is really this World War I conscript generation that became the strategic leaders, particularly after World War II. And it applies to Axis and allies. You think about the Adenauer and people rebuilding Germany, or the post-World War II generation in Japan that turned that whole thing around. So you're facing a crisis while your elders have made a real mess of things, and you will think of better approaches.
I will do what is my best.
Yeah, well, isn't that what you're doing? Is you're trying to interview interesting people to get their take on things and to help other people make informed judgments by having more data available.
In that chaos.
Go for it.
How do you feel as an extremely popular historian?
How do I feel?
How do you feel?
I don't understand, but that's okay. I had a very nice person a little younger than you, early 20s, who wanted to do a podcast. And I said, sure, okay, I'll do a podcast because I believe in helping the young, and not many people were asking me to do podcasts. And he had enough money so that when I was in sabbatical in England, had a wonderful year in Britain where I got old lady white privilege. Everyone was nice to me. And so he does this 2.5-hour interview rather like this, lots and lots of questions. And I just keep answering the questions because, hey, I'm devoted to the next generation. It's about sharing and education. And he looked pleased at the end of it and I said, cheers, see ya. And then that was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months later, I get my son who's calling me. He says, Mom, a friend of mine says you've gone viral. I'm like, what are you talking about? And for some reason, it resonates. But what I am is I'm just an old professor. I studied Russia and China my entire life. I'm not an academic fraud, and there are many professors who are academic frauds. I don't know why they want to be professors. It's not a very good profession, and they just want to BS around and not actually do the research. What did I do? I spent a long time. I would spend lots of time correcting papers. I read them all. I edited each line to show people how to write better. I don't know that all of them appreciated it or thought I was being obnoxious. I was doing my best. And I developed these lectures, which are not they're based on years of research. I published, and my vacations and weekends were spent doing all of this research. And so my life was divided between raising kids and then my job. So there wasn't like a lot of extracurricular stuff going on. And so it's about sharing and education is what I'm up to. And also when working for the U.S. Navy, my student body is really diverse. people think of diversity in terms of ethnicity, but it's not diversity in educational backgrounds. Some of them have online degrees, which means not much education at all. It's because their family didn't have money, so they're doing the best they can. And then other ones will be like doctors, right? Or they'll be engineers. Many of them are engineers. Loads of them are engineers, so they're really good at physics and things. And so I have to give a lecture that I don't lose people who are trying really hard, but just they have never had a really good college education, to other people who have a PhD in the subject. And so it involves going at quite a rapid pace and a bunch of slides and other things. But also, the older I've gotten is the more important I believe the concepts are, that I've learned my career serendipitously. I wind up working for the Navy. And it turns out I'm an expert in 2 continental empires, Russia and China, and then all of a sudden I'm doing this naval stuff. But it's developing these concepts for how you understand that. In my case, I studied Russia and China deliberately not to study the United States, because I thought, look, I'm an American. I want to study something where I don't have any vested anything. I don't, as far as I know, have any Russian ancestors or Chinese. And so I'm just going to study it and learn about it, or Japanese. But I think human beings, as an old person, what I found important in my life, I share it with you. I think my 2 key values are honesty. So I'm giving you the best things as I see it. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I'm being honest about this is why I believe, and I try to provide you the reasons why, and also being kind. And that sometimes the 2 run at cross purposes. But I think if you do that over a lifetime, if you try to be kind to people, like, why be mean? What's the point? We're on this planet for such a short time. It's such a beautiful planet. Coming in here in this snowy morning, I came in through the Boston State House.
Today, Boston looks beautiful, right?
It was magical. All the dirt's covered up. Well, I'm looking at the State House where the American Revolution was, taking pictures for my kids and things. It's a beautiful world. And then at the end of your life, then you aren't an angry, nasty person, because you've done the best you could by other people. And you've done a career that you found interesting. And what every generation should do, that's what I'm at the stage I'm at now, is passing the baton. I have a certain number of prepared lectures. I'm trying to get them podcasted, unpaywalled, and I pass the baton to others. And they decide what's useful and what's not. And I've tried to give a lot of concepts. I think this tactical, operational, and strategic is really important for understanding the non-strategic thinking going on in both political parties, and particularly the Republican Party right now.
If you could find answer for one question about policymakers' reality around what it would be.
Well, this is on very short notice that you're asking me this. I think for each country, the problems that you're most able to solve are the ones at home. So you should definitely solve those. You shouldn't ignore national security, you got to pay attention to, or you'll be game over. But you need to solve domestic problems. And the United States has been fooling around. What I wish some bright Americans your age-ish would go and read the tax code in great detail and figure out what on earth is going on, because tax codes allocate money. Who gets money? Who doesn't get money? Who gets no tax deals? Who has to pay everything? It has to do with the allocation of resources in society. And it just feels like there are big heists going on, or a big grift, where those who are, like, I look at it, 3 people owning half the wealth of over 50% of the United States, and you look at their age and realize they've done it in the last 10 or 15 years. How is that possible? Something's up. And so I suspect what is going on is whoever's in on the heist or the grift wants us all squabbling about who qualifies for the girls' swim team, or who gets into the girls' bathroom and who doesn't, or whom we can throw out as immigrants and how brutally we can do it, how brutally we can do it and get away with it, or or gunboat stuff with Venezuela. Instead of, I wonder if the real issue, in order to make America great again, is to look at our tax code and clean her up, and allocate cash appropriately, and make those people who pay money should pay money. And for the billionaire class, if the world order goes down, they will be the first people to go down with it. And they should watch as the billionaires fly out of windows in Russia. That's how it goes. Because think about it. Business people control money. Politicians control power. And when you have a dictatorship, all the power is going to go with the politicians, and the commercial elites will go out flying out of windows. And you think about in these world wars, how they have fared over the losing sides. Not well. They're so much better with a rules-based world order. Well, they'll remain billionaires. But they need to allow other people on the bottom also to make some money. We all have agency. All of us can do something. Have you listened to Jane Goodall's final words? Jane Goodall is the expert in primates. She was British. You go Google it. Jane Goodall, final words. And so she has this really improbable life where she goes into the heart of Africa and she's studying monkeys and makes brilliant contributions and has been a transformative, as far as one human being, person. And she's a lesson to us all. And she says it in her final words. That's spoiler alert. Each one of us can make a difference. We can all do it in different ways. And in different times in your career, you can do it in different ways. So I'm apparently now a public intellectual. Never figured that was what was going to happen to me. But that's my contribution. You can do different things. So at a different age, you have to make sure you don't get fired, particularly if you have children, and you need to get the hostages out of the house and do those things. But there are other things you can do, like not be mean to people for openers. You can also, one of the easiest things that everyone can do for other people that makes things a little better is if you notice someone who's done something that's wonderful, tell them. It costs you nothing. And it'll make them feel better.
Yeah,
right? Recognizing what other people do
nice
and they're important.
to me.
And that can be transformative of getting rid of this really sour atmosphere. But all of us, the totality, I'm going to go back to Carl Deutsch. There are many more wonderful people on this planet than there are the psychopaths that you're worrying about. And worrying about, I wonder if you get someone, an anthropologist or someone, study dictators and psychopaths, and I bet you will find a much higher percentage of dictators are psychopaths than non-dictators. Probably because if you have no scruples, that may be one of the ways where you would even want to be a dictator in the first place. But most people aren't like that. So if all of us get our acts together, vote and work on it and try to bring out the best in each other.
It's not even blue yet.
It will work out better.
Well, it can't be, because I might have to get new lightener.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Apparently, it's not even working.
New lightener?
Yeah, apparently the bleach isn't like lightening it at all.
What kind of bleach did you use?
She had 20.
Yeah, 20, bro? Don't you have brown hair?
Yeah. She thought 20 would do it, but we might have to get like 30 or something.
I had 40.
Okay, 40 apparently is how you get your hair fucked up.
I actually don't remember. What did I use? Oh. It's called producer, right? Is that what you call it?
I don't know.
Like producer 20 or 40, or am I making this up, or what's it called?
I think that might be it.
Hold on.
Producer 20. No, producer's the name. So we'll see. We're going to leave it in for like an hour or two, and then we'll see how light it's got.
Oh, developer. That's what it is.
Yeah, developer, yeah.
How long has it been in?
When did I leave? I don't know. It's been in like 60 or 70 minutes.
Oh! Whoa! Wow, 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 wow. That's freaking epic, bro.
Oh, it's getting warm. All right, we'll see.
What? How long ago did anybody remember when I dyed my hair?
Like 2 years ago, right?
What? Wasn't it like 5 years ago?
Holy shit, where's the time gone, man? Holy shit, I was gone for a while, huh? Sheesh.
Wait, somebody said 4 years ago? 3 years ago? I'm trying to think if somebody used the term developer. Who fucking dyed my hair? Who remembers this?
I thought you got it done at a salon. Did a lady come do it?
No, a fucking dude in a hotel room did it.
A dude?
A dude.
Really? Is Hassan gonna go on this cruise? Because if he's going, we're going.
Cruise?
Yeah, that's what he's looking at. The Northern Lion cruise right now. That way, I mean, he'll have to debate you because of the implication, right?
Okay. I never understood why you dyed your hair. It was a donation goal. Okay, what's going on in the battlefield that is the Pod Save America subreddit? Oh boy.
Jesus Christ, that fucking slop. A 2-day cruise is lame. A 2-day cruise is pretty lame. 3 days is minimum.
Can't wait to see how many people here will willfully lie about this guy, even as he clearly lays out his worldview in this conversation. Ah, yes. So
he's
clear.
lying.
Is Reddit too much for my computer to run? I can't do it. This fucking browser, dude.
2K for 2 days? It better have a fucking free drink package with that price.
I'm glad Piker is out there because there aren't enough leftists in the social media space. Oh my god. I listened to the entire conversation because I wanted to see what he's about. He talks clearly and quickly and has great bullet points and buzzwords to sound authoritative. As Kyle P. pointed out when he quickly and efficiently debunked all of the out-of-context quotes, it's a question of math, and it's not really that hard to see how many fewer people Hamas has killed. I hate to even say this. This is just deeply unserious. You will never, in your entire life of any kind of historical study, genocide study, war crime study, you will never, ever, 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 ever see somebody simply measure the morality of a particular action by only looking at, like, number of deaths. It is the crudest, most retarded possible low IQ way of ever analyzing the morality of any particular action. It's just like in lives cost. It's so stupid. I listen to Hassan and PSA. I more agree with Hassan, but I feel I can exist in both spaces. I want a party where these are the kind of debates we're having ideologically. Excuse me? What was the debate
What
here?
debate was there?
What?
It was the Pod Save America guy running interference for Hassan.
Here are things Hassan as well. Engages with the anger of the left and of the youth. He's seen as a bro-style streamer. No, he's not. He has... What? Just because he looks that way doesn't mean that he is. He has zero penetration into like the manosphere or any of those style podcasts. He's absolutely not seen as one of these types of people ever. Like, it's such a weird... Like, they just see him and they assume that he must be, I guess, in that atmosphere, whatever, in that world.
Bill Dozer says he debated Andrew Tate, though. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Based.
You can just escort him out.
Hassan is the alt-left pipeline we need right now. Holy shit. True. This is such a brain dead. Dude, I hate the... I don't care. I'm open to people like Hassan, but in this day and age, when you have a platform, it's not funny or cute to input to your listeners that if the next election were between Vance and Newsom, that you'd vote third party. That rhetoric fucked with Kamala's chances in Michigan and helped elect Trump again. He can laugh it off because he's in California and his POTUS vote doesn't matter, but votes matter in other places. A vote for anyone other than the leading Democrat is a vote for the fascist regime and the tech oligarchy that Vance represents. Then this guy goes, if you'll vote for any Democrat and Hassan will only vote for a sufficiently populist progressive, why don't you vote for whoever Hassan is voting for? Why is it always someone else that needs to change their vote and not you? First of all, most people would vote for whoever the progressive is. Number one, so it's already fucking retarded, okay? Number two, the problem is that Hassan and these people support candidates that just aren't really that popular. The candidates that they want can't really win.
Yeah, but Israel.
True. Jesus. Oh, some of these people are getting it, though. I wonder if Hassan linked this subreddit thread. John laid out a 10,000-foot ladder to let Hassan try to distance himself from I prefer Hamas over Israel, and he refused to budge. I don't need this guy around. I can criticize Israel just fine without pretending like that terrorist organizations are somehow preferable. You want to talk about people captured by what they're afraid to say and who they're afraid to piss off? He's mortified of having to confront the blowback from admitting he has said some head-ass shit. Having a principled stance on anti-colonialism/imperialism. Buzzwords. By the way, shortcut, you're going to ignore anything somebody has to say about literally any topic if they use words like colonialism and imperialism. It's almost always going to be the most retarded shit you've ever seen in your entire life. True, these guys get it. I'm a lesser evil voter, so I would vote for Hamas every single time. That's it. He actually said that in this video, and there was zero pushback. I'm glad that pod fucking people are noticing. Jesus. Yep, he's willing to be a lesser evil voter for Hamas over Israel, but not Kamala over Trump, because the latter is just a bridge too far, apparently, just simply vote. This is my point. This is like insane. That like you can be, first of all, he's constantly said he's opposed to lesser evil voting, but when it comes to Hamas, he'll gladly jump on board with it. And it's like, how can you do all of the mental calculations necessary to support Hamas over Israel, but not Kamala over Trump? What? Sub suddenly swarming with Hassan fans, not suspicious at all. Buddy, many of us were on the PSA to Hassan/MR pipeline. Pod Save America. We still follow Pod Save America, waiting for them to take steps in the right direction. This was a good one. Now, does this mean I forgive them for hiding Biden's senility and therefore rat-fucking us in 2024? No. They proved to be political hacks then. It'll take quite a bit more to regain my respect, but I will still follow and listen when they engage with meaningful topics. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Steps in the right direction, like endlessly simping for China and Russia, supporting terrorism. Simping for China? It is not only morally correct, but also politically correct to praise and learn from the good outcomes of other economic and financial systems. Hassan does this because China is kicking our ass at functionally every aspect of good governance. Holy fuck! We don't even have a moral high ground on the surveillance state aspect anymore, with Flock and ICE running amok. And Russia. Hassan has already addressed this regarding his Crimea invasion versus Ukraine invasion commentary. He has opposed the 2022 invasion repeatedly, but because he acknowledged that Crimea was majority Russian in 2014, people say he simps for Russia. Nowadays, he readily acknowledges that Putin is expansionist while also criticizing NATO for expanding all the way to Russia's borders. Jesus Christ.
Really, you have nothing to say about that?
Just how much I want to bang yo mama. You should do a rematch debate with Synth. He has been claiming he owned you in this clip and you ran... What? No, that guy's fucking retarded. I'd rather debate Andrew Wilson on definitions. Hassan getting mad. Didn't we already watch this shit? Yeah, we've already seen this. Oh, hold on. Queen alert.
And joining us now to weigh in on all of this and more, former Secretary of State and former First Lady and former Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. I'd like to start with Orban's loss. You posted the end of Viktor Orban's autocratic regime is a victory not just for Hungary, but for people who value democracy around the world. How does this impact Europe, Ukraine specifically, and, of course, politics here at home?
Well, I think, Mika, this is a significant development. And as I said in my very short comment, it is a win for the Hungarian people. It's a win for Europe. It's a win for democracy. I hope it's also a win for Ukraine. And it is a significant defeat for Putin, for Trump, and for the forces of authoritarianism around the world. Now, of course, we have to learn the lessons that I think are evident from the election. This was an election that was certainly most importantly about the people of Hungary.
Is somebody drawing? Does it sound like somebody's drawing with a pencil? Can you guys hear that? Or wait, was that you, Mooten? No, wait.
Election that was certainly most importantly about the people of Hungary and what they wanted. And the theme of anti-corruption, of the disgust that the Hungarian people had with the corruption by Orban, his family, his enablers, his cronies, was one of the driving forces in what was a historic turnout of more than 77%. So this was a very important event for a lot of the values. And I just want to say that, ironically, when J.D. Vance was there propping up Orban, he followed, in the footsteps, of course, of Rubio and Trump's very staunch support for Orban. He kept going on and on about how we had to, save Western civilization. Well, in fact, voting Orban out is a win for Western civilization. It's a win for accountable government. It's a win for the rule of law. It is a win for checks and balances. It's a win against corruption. And it's a win against those who cozy up to dictators like Vladimir Putin.
And Madam Secretary, how ironic
that anybody would go to Orban's Hungary and talk about that somehow this was a bastion of Western civilization, when in fact it was just the opposite. You're right. He attacked the independent judiciary. He attacked the free press. He attacked political institutions.
It's very cringe.
That promoted democracy. I'm just curious your take on what should Americans take away from the fact that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin had an alliance together to help elect Viktor Orban, that Hungary's foreign minister was talking to Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and basically acting as his agent. You had Viktor Orban telling Vladimir Putin, I'll be like the mouse taking the thorn out of the lion's paw. What is it? What is it between Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, and everyone around them that made them go all in so hard for Viktor Orban?
Well, I think you really sort of summed it up, Joe, because what we have here is this really unholy alliance among autocrats and wannabe autocrats. And, you know, Viktor Orban morphed from an anti-communist, anti-Russian young student leader in Hungary into a toady for, Vladimir Putin. And, you know, this isn't the first election that Putin interfered in, as I know very well, and it won't be the last. But this was a resounding defeat for Putin. And what it should tell us is that given the chance, people will not tolerate the kind of oppression that Orban was imposing on them. Yes, he was dominating the government, but he was also dominating the judiciary. He was, in every way possible, strangling a free press. He was taking over the universities and telling them what to teach. Some of that may sound very familiar to your viewers. And what we should be learning from this is that you cannot allow one-man rule, because one-man rule leads to corruption. It leads to oppression. It leads to reckless adventures like we're seeing with Trump in Iran. It leads to the kind of destruction of democratic institutions. And so I think this is a wake-up call for Americans. I don't care what you call yourself politically. If you are an American, you care about American democracy here in our 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, then we want to be independent of the kind of behavior that you see coming from Trump, which is an effort to model himself on Vladimir Putin. Well, Viktor Orban learned that the Hungarian people wouldn't put up with that, and I certainly hope that we see that in the midterm elections and the next presidential election from American voters.
Well, and for people that are listening, I mean, Donald Trump very clearly always said openly that Viktor Orban was a role model for him, invited him to Mar-a-Lago when he was out of the White House, and so he has modeled himself after this authoritarian. Let's talk about the lessons for Democrats here at home. We just had the mayor of San Jose coming on. He's running for governor of California, and he said something that really struck me, whether you're talking about Hungary or whether you're talking about the California governor's race. And he said the best resistance to MAGA is results. And I found it interesting that Orban's opponent didn't run against the sort of things that maybe we would talk about all the time, whether it was an independent judiciary or whether it was about press freedoms. But instead, he talked about corruption, and he talked about pocketbook issues. He talked about the economy stupid, as James Carville famously said in 1992. Talk about the lessons from Hungary for Democrats wanting to make a difference in 26 and 28.
I think that the two themes should be affordability and accountability. And I think, obviously, we've talked a lot about affordability, as many of your guests have alluded to. We've got to address the cost of living. I had a piece in the New York Times a few days ago talking about, some of the ways that we should help families, particularly families that are trying to raise children.
Did I ban Aquila from the Discord? They asked me a retarded question when they were in here for call-ins, right?
I don't remember them, no.
They did. I think you can come back in 1 month, okay?
Peace.
Which has become increasingly expensive, and housing and healthcare and all of the other issues that need to be on the forefront of this election, because, we're going in the wrong direction under Donald Trump. We're seeing inflation rise. We're seeing the cost of everything from gas to housing to healthcare going up. So the first A is affordability, but the second A is accountability. And I think that's exactly what the election for the TISA party and the winner, Magyar, was about. It was about the economy. It was about their education system and their healthcare system. But it was also about accountability. And I think they go hand in hand. And I would, hope the Democrats don't focus on one to the exclusion of the other, because I think they're very important. You cannot have affordability if you don't have accountability. And accountability starts with reining in the corruption in this White House. Because the corruption is not just the amounts of money that, Trump and his family are shoveling in. It's also about who they favor, who they give benefits to, often at the cost of, middle-class families and working people. So let's focus on affordability, but let's also focus on accountability. One of the real unfortunate mistakes of the Biden administration is they didn't, really focus on the accountability measure. Well, now there is more than enough to look at and get people to understand the connection between their lives and the enrichment of the Trump family and the Trump cronies. Every single thing they do has a transactional cost that benefits them. So I think we've got a great story to tell. And as you rightly pointed out, it was the story that was told in Hungary. And it was also a story that stayed focused. Look, there are a million things that I disagree with when it comes to what, Trump and his enablers in Congress are doing or failing to do. But let's stay focused on affordability and accountability. I think that's a winning message for Democrats in November and then in 2028.
And by the way, the Wall Street Journal editorial page, I'm sure they'll be very happy to hear this, echoed much of what Secretary Clinton just said, in that, hey, Republicans, look at what happened with Hungary when you had an autocrat picking winners and losers, cozying up and having this corruption in government. And it was a losing ticket in Hungary. It'll be a losing ticket here.
Well, as we slowly get to Iran, and on your point about affordability and accountability really needing to be the message that the Democrats stay focused on, we had, for example, since Easter Sunday and through today, really some would call profane posts by the president. And I just wonder how that fits into staying focused. The Easter Sunday message, the president threatening to decimate a civilization, and then just, I think, overnight posting himself as Jesus. Does reaction to that fit into the message? And what is your reaction?
Problem?
Absolutely. I mean, we need to hold leaders accountable for what they say as well as what they do, because words, especially from an American president, have real consequences. And when you look at the last week of unhinged rants coming from Trump's social media account, it's just disgraceful. I mean, threatening civilizational genocide, threatening Pope Leo, threatening the values. I want to get back to this point. You hear Trump and Vance and these people prattle on and on about Western civilization. I don't think they've ever taken a course in Western civilization. I was lucky enough to take one at Wellesley College all those many years ago. And Western civilization has a real meaning. It is a meaning about our values, our institutions. This country of ours is a result of the development over centuries of Western civilization. It is about how we hold leaders accountable so they don't become autocrats and dictators, and how they don't lead us into, reckless wars and really unhinged attacks on, the first American pope. So, yes, accountability is a very broad concept. It's not just about holding people accountable for the crimes that they've committed, maybe the bribes that they've taken, the kind of, unaccountable power they've exercised. It's also about holding them to a standard, and the standard should be American democracy, our institutions, the rule of law, how we conduct ourselves. And it's not just about the laws we pass, but the norms that we follow, all of which have been broken by this president. So I read those, I hope the majority of Americans, both shaking my head and really just feeling sick at heart that we have a president who is such a disgrace. And it's about what we should stand for that he positions himself against, using slogans like Western civilization and admiring somebody like Putin who wants to destroy Western civilization. So let's be really clear about what accountability means here, and let's start holding him accountable for what he says and what he does. And, of course, we have to wait for an election, but there are a lot of people around him who I think need to be held accountable right now for the behavior that they're engaged in and what they are leading us toward.
Let's talk about Iran. We'd love to get your insights on the war. Obviously, you've always understood and you've always clearly said that Iran has been the epicenter of international terror since 1979. They have the blood of Americans on their hands. And I know you have great fears, like everybody else, about a nuclear Iran. But let's talk about where we are now, how we got into the war, and how we get out. Talks obviously took place over the weekend. It seems to me the two intractable issues, remain the Strait and Iran's nuclear program. If you were Secretary of State today, what would be your next step following the talks in Islamabad?
Well, there is so much damage that's been done by this administration to achieving those two goals that it's going to take.
Any plans to watch Peace Coast debate tonight? Wait, who's he debating?
A lot of hard work. And, Joe, let me just say this. When I was Secretary of State and beginning the secret negotiations with Iran to try to reach a nuclear weapons deal to prevent them from ever having a nuclear arsenal, it was a very slow, deliberative process. This is hard work. You don't just show up in Geneva or Islamabad, talk for a bunch of hours, and go away. This is hard, disciplined effort that has to go into diplomacy to reach any result. And I don't see this administration either wanting to do it or, frankly, being capable of doing it, because they send the same three people around the world, two of them.
Apparently Witkoff, Kushner, and I guess Vance are literally experts in diplomacy for every single region in every single country.
Mm-hmm.
Hooray!
Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're supposed to solve Ukraine, Iran, Gaza. It's a joke because From what I'm told and what
Right,
I've
what were
read,
the three
you know, they're supposed to solve Ukraine, Iran, around the world. You know, two of them, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. You know, they're supposed to solve Ukraine, Iran, Gaza. It's a joke because, from what I'm told and what I've read in public accounts, the offer that was made by the Iranians in Geneva was not adequate, but it served as a starting place beyond which, as Jonathan Powell, the British National Security Advisor, said, we expected the Iranians to start with. But that would require sitting in a chair for hours, as we did to get the first agreement. That seems to be something that Trump and his people are unable to do. So you would have to wipe the slate clean. You would have to bring in people who actually know something about nuclear weapons. We had physicists, nuclear weapons practitioners at the table when our administration was negotiating for the JPOA. You need people who know something, who know the history. It's shocking that Trump said nobody told him that Iran might close the Strait of Hormuz. Every war game I was ever involved in, that was the first thing we assumed Iran would do. So we're in a situation now where we are weak, where we essentially have lost the leverage and initiative that we had. I supported Trump bombing the nuclear sites back in June. I thought that was an appropriate and limited strategic objective. I opposed his incoherent attack on Iran, and I also know from personal experience how Netanyahu has tried to get every American president to agree to have an open-ended war with Iran, because I had many, many hours-long conversations with him and his war cabinet about this, and refusing to go along with a very inchoate desire to do something to Iran that, with no real end state that could be described sufficiently. So now here we are. I think you've got to get back into hard negotiations with the right people at the table who know what they are doing. And I think then you've got to make it very clear we want our allies involved. We don't want to be dissing our allies because they have a big stake in this. When we did the original talks, we had the people...
Like, I don't know how you can be conservative and listen to Hillary talk and be like, wow, she sure is a fucking retard. Like, she's like so clearly leagues above whatever the fuck this current president administration is. Like, Jesus.
5+1, the original members of the Security Council plus Germany. But it was a real negotiation. So I worry that the United States is now in a very weak position vis-a-vis Iran, which should be the outlier, should be on the back foot, and should be the one held to account.
So you mentioned our allies. I'm curious, NATO allies, our friends. How do you, from the many people that I know you speak to, how do our allies feel about us right now, and what is the concern moving forward? And given the void that you say you see at the negotiating table with this war in Iran and the patterns of this commander-in-chief, then where is this headed?
This is what worries me the most, Mika. A quick point on the allies. It was a good day for NATO and the EU with the Hungarian election, because the new leader immediately said we're going to get close to the EU and NATO. Not that he's going to agree with everything. That's not expected, but we're going to be back in an alliance. We're going to be working together. I think our allies believe we've lost our mind because they wake up in the morning like we do and see the rants from the President of the United States, the figure of such authority, making no sense half the time. So I think the allies have come to the realization they've got to strengthen the EU. They have to strengthen their own defenses. They have to strengthen their position with Ukraine to prevent Putin, and it's at a stalemate, which is good for Ukraine, and we've got to make sure that they continue to defend themselves. They're not pushed into some surrender deal by Trump. But the bigger question is, what does Trump do now? I teach a course at Columbia University with the Dean of the School of International and Public Affairs. We've been on your program, and among the things we teach is behavior of leaders. And there's something called domain of loss, which means when a leader feels that he's losing, he actually becomes more reckless. And I fear that with Trump. He's found the joy of ordering our military to go do things that give him a lot of dopamine, I guess, when he's in the Situation Room watching them, take out Maduro from, Venezuela or attack Iran or whatever. I just worry that he's going to become more reckless, and this is a call to the Congress, including the Republicans, to step up and do your constitutional duty. Rein in this president before he causes absolutely irreparable damage to our country, to our military standing, to our authority and leadership. Do not let him continue to be a rogue player in the international arena, because I fear he will get more reckless. And I will tell you, when we win these midterm elections, because look, if the elections were today or next week or the following week, we would win both the House and the Senate, and I hope that's what happens in November, both because I want to see change, but also I want to see him held accountable. And so let's do it now, because I'm not sure we can wait and allow him, free range to, along with his buddy Hegseth, to, tell our military to go do things that are not even in the interest of the United States, as well as breaching, the laws of war. So, look, I worry a lot about how more irrational and unhinged he could become.
Let's talk about Israel. You spoke briefly about Netanyahu and Israel. I know you've always been a strong supporter of Israel. You've spoken out aggressively against anti-Semitism. You've in fact been attacked time and time again when you give speeches because people believe that you are too strong of a supporter of Israel. And yet, I've heard you and President Clinton talk about the tragedy of how far Netanyahu has taken us from where the Clinton administration had us in the Oslo Accords, where there was an extraordinary deal for the Palestinians that they passed up on, which led to the saying to begin, the Palestinians never pass up an opportunity to pass up an opportunity. That said, here we are all these years later, and Netanyahu continuing an endless war, the bombing of it seems like half of Lebanon. We saw what happened in Gaza. Every day, horrors being visited upon the people of the West Bank. Talk about the real damage that Benjamin Netanyahu is doing. Not just to the region, but also to Israel. You've seen how a majority of Americans have now turned against Israel. In our time, that was unheard of, Madam Secretary. What's the future for Israel?
They love the Jews.
Well, you've done a pretty good summary of the problem, Joe. I do support Israel. I am a staunch supporter of Israel, and I am a staunch opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu. He has stayed too long. He has, in my view, undermined Israel's long-term security, and I am, very worried about what's happening. When people say, well, you've got to support Netanyahu if you are, pro-Israeli or Israel, well, I say, look, I love America, and I'm really opposed to Donald Trump. Does that make me anti-American? I don't think so. It makes me a fair observer, in my view, of, assessing what is in the best interest of my country, and I feel the same way about Israel. Now, look, I think there has been a very important effort to push back and to defeat the axis of enemies that Iran put together, Hamas, which, remember, started, the terrible sequence of events back on October 7th of 2023, and Hezbollah. But we see Hezbollah is not by any means defeated because we're engaged in a war now in southern Lebanon. I would wish the following. Number one, and finally there seems to be some opening here. I've been advocating behind the scenes for this now for several months. Israel should support this Lebanese government. There has not been a better Lebanese government since the Syrians and Iranians assassinated Hariri. They are trying. Do they have all the capacity they need? No. But they are trying to set up a government in Lebanon that can deal with the threat that Hezbollah poses internally to Lebanon. And so rather than making their task even harder, work with this new government in Lebanon. See how far you can help them to go to disarm Hezbollah, to create better conditions for a lasting, secure peace between Lebanon and Israel. And for heaven's sakes, rein in the settler violence. It is unacceptable.
True.
The West Bank is filled with people who want a better future for themselves and their families. Let's help them with that. Let's make it more likely that they could be, allies instead of adversaries. But if you're going to continue to blow up their homes and allow people to destroy their olive groves and everything else that is going on now, you're just creating the next generation of people who are going to hate what is next door to them in Israel. That is no way to try to create a secure Israel going forward. Let's accelerate what we need to do in Gaza. And yes, Hamas needs to be disarmed. One of the ongoing challenges is how that is going to be done. Let's focus on that. But look, ultimately the Israeli people will have to decide who their leaders are. And I hope, like the people of Hungary, they realize that, their economy has been, undermined. Their unity within Israel has been put at risk. Their security and safety is not yet what it needs to be because they have leadership that is not going to, in my view, act in the best interests of Israel and the future of Israel. So, when you care about people and you care about a country, you want to see the best for them. And I think anyone who is criticizing the Netanyahu government has every right to do so. But let's not forget that, Israel itself has lived in a very dangerous neighborhood for a very long time. It deserves our support, separate and apart from Netanyahu.
Thank you for this extended and wide-ranging conversation. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, thank you very much for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you both.
We appreciate it.
Next time I'll try to be there in person. I always love coming in and talking to you both. Take care. Bye-bye.
Anytime. Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
My queen. God damn. Breaking. The Doordash grandma exposed as a MAGA crisis actor.
What?
Thank you for appearing today. You gave heart.
July 28th, 2025.
Thank you for appearing today. You gave heartfelt testimony. If you can, and you don't know what you don't know, but from your perspective, what do you think this bill is ultimately going to mean for you and the savings that you're going to have?
Well, again, I believe that
Is this the same woman?
It's going to free up some stuff for me.
Miss Simmons. Was that the name of the Doordash driver?
Means that I'm going to be able
Uh-oh.
to stay more connected with my family in Missouri. It's going to help with any future treatments. God forbid that he has to have more treatments, but it will help more with that. You know, it is truly, DoorDash is truly a independent, you know, industry. And I enjoy that part of it. I like being able to, you know, just do what I need to do. And freeing up this extra money means quite a bit.
Why is this
to my
bad?
family.
I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing, but like basically they're pretending like the woman was like a random DoorDash driver woman who came to deliver food to the White House, but she's like clearly like a Republican.
Wait, were they?
No?
To be wealthy or well-connected?
I didn't think that.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing, and Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
She had a whole shirt on that said no tax on tips or whatever.
Well, yeah, because she was there to support like kind of like that policy. Like as a DoorDash driver, this is helping me a lot or whatever.
Yeah, which means it's not a random DoorDash driver.
Well, no, I mean, it was like an event, obviously, but I think it's supposed, the idea they're trying to convey is that this is like a DoorDash driver who supports this policy. But my guess is that she's like just like a Republican operative who gets paid to do these kinds of events or whatever.
Maybe the average person will believe that, but they literally flew this lady in from fucking like Arkansas or whatever.
Yeah. Did they say that during the presentation?
No, they didn't. You have to dig into it, yeah.
Yeah, well, that I think most people that watched it probably didn't think that. They were like, oh, it's like this is a DoorDash driver who just happened to be delivering to the White House, kind of, but maybe they told her in advance.
How could you think that with the shirt?
Because people are fucking retarded. I don't fucking know, bro.
Well, I don't care what the average retard
I don't
thinks.
care what the average retard thinks. So you're supporting Trump. You think he did a good thing? You support everything
No,
he
I don't
does.
think he...
You support every single thing
I think
Trump
the no
does.
tax on tips thing is probably fine, yeah.
Oh,
but-
really? So tips are just specially not taxed?
Yeah.
Interesting that you would say that. Huh, you would.
I'll be right back.
Good.
Gotta check on my hair.
Go.
I'm adding that to the W column.
What?
It's good to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
I got a question for you. Are you on the Pope's side or the President's side?
You know what? I'm quite confident both the Pope and the President can speak for themselves.
Well, they're going through a very public sort of beef right now, and you know they're both.
I understand you want to get me in the middle of that. I trust both of them to express their own views.
Do you think that like the President is doing the right thing by taking on?
I've given you my answer. You can keep asking and get the same answer.
Right. Did you like the tweet that he put out today, like where he was
As
like?
I said, I've given you my answer. So every way you ask the question, you're going to get the
Oh,
same
these are different questions, sir.
Nope. I've told you exactly what I got to say on it.
What do you think about Eric Swalwell just resigning?
Couldn't come too soon.
Right. I've heard it was somewhat of it was an open secret around DC that these allegations were swirling. Those are the reports. What do you think?
I have heard that. I actually talked about that at length on my podcast today.
Nice.
I had not heard those
Les
rumors.
podcast.
I don't generally pal around with a lot of Democrat House members, but
Ooh.
given
He's too cool for
just
that.
how widespread these allegations are, it seems very likely that it was widely known on the Democrat side.
Did they have an obligation to come forward sooner then before an outlet broke it?
I think everyone who knew about it should have come forward.
Very good. Thank you, Ted.
Thanks, Teddy. Well, anything else happen today?
No, it's pretty boring.
Oh, you think it's funny to laugh about a world in crisis?
Yeah, I do. Hair update, still churning. Pizza is not ready yet.
Does it hurt at all?
No.
Shouldn't it?
I mean, it's tingly. Would I say it hurts? No.
Okay. Mine burned the fuck out of my head. I thought I was going to die too while they were putting it on. It was like I was breathing in fucking...
Oh, you must have used some heavy shit then.
Fuck. I want to do con because 12 HP is ridiculous, but I feel like 12 or 16 is going to die no matter what. I should just do flow state. Or fast footsie so we can run around. Fuck it. Would you ever do it again? I don't know. Probably not. What reason would GRRM publishers have to deny 4chan rumors on the release of Winds of Winter if the leaks that is coming out were false? I don't know. Did they deny it? Did you see the leaks? Have you guys covered that at all?
What fucking leaks?
You haven't seen the leaks?
No.
Some guy who works at the marketing publisher thing or whatever was leaking deets about the manuscript for Winds of Winter or whatever the fuck.
That shit's never coming out, man.
Well, not according to the leaks.
They denied it.
Exactly. Why would they have to deny it if it wasn't true?
Of course they would deny it.
Yeah, why would they have to deny it if it wasn't true? Who would waste their time denying petty rumors like that, you know?
I'm too rich to work on Winds of Winter. You think I'd be writing that shit?
True.
Just let the guy fucking die and be fat and happy, guys. Get him up on the fucking book.
My God. You're a full-on...
The only good writer out there is Brandon Sanderson. Move to his books, man. George R. R. Martin's gonna die. Sanderson will finish it.
No.
Triple as.
Why the fuck did this cat just move on his own? What the fuck?
Accept it. It's inevitable. Did we ever figure out what happened to that lady who filmed the Doordash dude with his dick out?
I don't know where she's at.
We got an update on that?
Right now.
You don't even read? No. I don't read fiction.
Based. King alert.
I'm on my non-fiction arc.
God damn it. Don't kill him.
What was the last book I read? I'm reading a book on NATO right now, retard.
Why? Yikes, cringe.
Because we should know about the greatest military alliance in the world before it disintegrates.
Have you ever thought about just not reading, though? Fuck.
Thought about it.
A meeting last night at my church and I saw my priest. I had a meeting last night at my church and I saw my priest and we were talking and I said, you know, Father, I got to tell you something. I really don't like the Pope. I don't like him at all. He's not on my A list. And he just busted out
I don't like the Pope
laughing.
either. That's why I'm not a Catholic.
Well, I am a Catholic, so it's awkward for me. But, you know it was so bad before.
The Pope made a statement. Did you see the Pope's statement? Now, if you
I
want
see
to bring
everything
this up,
he says. I hate watch him. It's terrible.
You hate watching him. I hate the Pope.
No, I hate watch him. Get it? Like, I hate what he says, so I hate watch him. Like, I got to know what he says because I got to know. But I hate watch him. It's like I'm just watching it because I know it's going to tick me off.
Okay, he doesn't want any conflict anywhere, and he was talking about violence. And I'm like, have you even read the Bible? Have you read the conflicts, the wars that the Israeli people they were empowered by God to defeat their enemies?
Well,
did you ever hear the story about David slaying Goliath through the power of God with a slingshot? against this massive giant, or the conflicts and the wars of King Saul and so on and so forth. And frankly, all throughout Israel's history, they've been, surrounded by enemies, but as God's chosen people, they against all odds keep winning. Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
Well,
Pope's been real quiet since that one dropped. Just saying.
I hope he announces a crusade.
Jesus Christ. What do you mean by that?
You heard me.
I don't know if you can just like announce a crusade.
He's basically God. He can do whatever he wants.
Really?
He's the voice of God, I think, incarnate.
Based?
He should announce a crusade on misinformation.
Super based, true. What a time to be alive in the world. Fuck, I should have done that. Good one. More Hassan slop? I feel like I'm all Hassan slopped out. Jesus Christ. The Hassan community. Contrapoint wants to debate Hassan? Question mark. She's irrelevant. Hassan should be platforming progressive candidates or doing fun things with Will, Austin, Cutie, and friends. Just say you're not relevant anymore and trying to get a bag. It's not worth the time or platforming her. Her moment is over. What is she going to do? Argue that genocide is okay? She's going to bring a PowerPoint presentation and prove Zionism is in fact cool as fuck? Who would have thought like 5-10 years ago fucking this would be where the discourse was for Contrapoints? Jeez. Or should I say, sheesh. Sheesh. How's your head feeling?
Still tingly.
That's good.
It's not burning. Yeah. Well, let's see if it even... Oh, tier 5 subscriber. 10 months.
Polarized. Wow. What a king.
Butstony. What happened to my head? I'm bleaching my hair right now to prepare for the blue dye. Why do you order Subway instead of Chipotle?
I don't know. Is there a Chipotle down here?
There wasn't when I was there. Let me look.
Well then, Mr. Mooten, that sure would fucking explain it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there are now.
Oh, well, never mind then. Fuck you.
They're across the bridge, though, but I think they would deliver. Do you think they deliver from Brickell?
Yeah, of course they would. It would just be
yeah. All right, well,
expensive.
There you go.
There you go.
You can get Chipotle now.
Based.
Well, come on.
On what? Your mom.
We're all waiting for content.
There is no content. Nothing is happening today. It's all ogre.
Nice. How does Canada not have high-speed rail? There's like 4 cities it's got to go to. It's actually shrimple as.
True. Raynad predicted this shit and you called him crazy. Uh-oh.
In the last half of 2015, around 500 people in states...
Oh, because the food poisoning at Chipotle that one time. Oh, the Unfuck America event happened in North Carolina today. How did that go?
I might be doing a modern day debate thing. The same
Oh, thank God. Content slop. Yes! Content's thievery time.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, they've been going on for an hour.
When I
Thank
when
you,
I
thank
tried
you,
to
thank
do
you.
it last time. 'cause
Do you ever
guys
get invited
were
onto
using
this?
my-
Oh,
Never.
had to end.
I'm not living
On, on YouTube, when you go to Video Manager and then you click the icon that's like the fourth over from the right where it says View in Live Control Room. If you click on that, there's an option at the top right to hit End Stream. You can do it from there. I don't know how to do that on Twitch.
Yeah, give me back my stream, guys. I need my stream. But I had a lot of fun though, and I do want to say, if you guys are interested, you guys should like have a Discord call or something afterwards. I wish I could stay longer.
Yeah, if we have to end it, Dylan, just DM me if we want to talk more about the PV stuff. So.
Sure. I can DM you after if you guys still want to chat. I'm good to go for a bit longer because I don't know. I had a really big mug of tea and now I've got energy.
All right.
Well, we have to end
this
call, or Pico can't do his stream, so that's why we have to end it.
Yeah,
There's got to be a way to end it on Twitch, though. There's got to be a way to end it.
Well, other than your Deaf Noodles, anything else going on this week?
Yes, some other. I might be talking to another congressional candidate, but more on that in a bit. I can't confirm yet. But yeah, Deaf Noodles on Trump versus Democrats. Who's going to be better? You can watch afterwards. You can keep watching our good folks here. But yeah, that'll be a debate going on in about 9 minutes.
Okay, cool. Guy.
Oh, nothing too exciting. Just doing my TikTok
Is
debates.
Deaf Noodles a retard?
You always sell them so short. They're so fun.
Yes.
What's going on with you this week?
Oh, just same old covering the news. Tomorrow I'll be live around 9 a.m. West Coast time.
Cool. I am talking to Lunderbucks tomorrow, I think at 3, and I guess I'll probably see if I can squeeze Dylan in then, if not sometime in the week. And then I think I'm talking with Wick on Thursday, and I might be doing a modern day debate thing, the same as Pisco, except on Friday
Nice.
with Andrew Wilson, but I also just might end my life before that happens, so we'll see what happens.
Tell him he's a pussy for not debating me.
Well, all you have to do is give him, what, 10 grand or whatever stupid.
Yeah, I should have given him like $30,000.
Yeah, easy. And then Dylan, thanks so much for coming on. It was great. And anything for you going on this week, other than appearing on the famous Soy Pill stream? Other fun things coming up.
Oh, I mean, I'll be streaming. I'm preparing to head to Konstantinivka. I want to finish my documentary there. I've been filming on that axis for like a year, and right now it's like the worst part of the front. So I got to make sure I get the footage while the situation's going on now. So I'm kind of just waiting for the call because that was really hard to get. I had to like pull strings up to the president's office. It's the first time I had to do that, so it was really interesting. Bureaucratic process, hate it, but I'm preparing to do that. Oh, and I released a documentary, stalking ICE officers. At least that's what the government said.
Awesome. So yeah, his link's in the description. His YouTube, and you can find everything else in there. There's link trees, and yeah, check everyone out, guys. Thanks for coming on, and keep living and learning. We need a catchphrase.
Hey,
Yeah, we need to,
I'm living out.
Hey, guys, thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Night, everybody.
All right, Dylan. Great.
Fuck. Not good.
It's over?
It's over. Okay. I need to catch up on stuff tonight so I can actually wake up on time tomorrow, okay?
All right, he's out of here. It's been a good stream.
Fuck you. Yeah, get him out of here. Okay. Magic wand, velvet rope, mushroom, cape, lasso, handkerchief, marquee, house, pen, box office, camera lens, ticket line, Montana, baseball player, and soprano and rabbit. Do these things have to do with like showing up to like a theater? Like the box office, the house, a marquee, soprano, maybe? Oh my god, imagine. It's going to be one off and I'm never going to get it. Fuck, no, I shouldn't. Oh, good, not even one off. Okay. All right, get rid of that. Okay, what do we got? We've got... I have no fucking idea. A lasso, a velvet rope. Camera lens, rabbit. What the fuck? Things associated with magicians? Like a cape, a wand, a rabbit, and a handkerchief? Like you pull it out of a hat or something? Oh my god. Okay. That was only the green one, but okay, okay. Montana. Hannah Montana? Is that like the last name? Things associated with ranches, lassos, a pen for animals, a Montana, and is baseball big there? I have no idea. There's no way. Fuck. Velvet rope. Mushroom. Ticket line. Ticket line and box office have to be related somehow, right? Not even Jesus. Camera lens, ticket line, house, marquee, pen, Montana. Jesus. Sheesh. Baseball player. Oh man. These are going to be dumb as fuck. I can feel it. I have no fucking idea. I wasn't one off, so this can't be it, right? I have no idea. It's not even close. Oh shit, wait. Fuck. No. Fuck, what does marquee mean? I don't remember. It's not like the opening show. I don't remember. Velvet rope is the rope that for when you're like waiting in a ticket line or something, right? Velvet rope, ticket line. Are these associated with like going to the movies? Camera lens, because you see it sticking out? Am I don't know. Get me out of here. Get me the fuck out of here. Get me out of here. Oh my god. Seen outside a theater. Why would there be a velvet rope outside a theater? Or a ticket line? Okay. What is marquee? A projecting canopy over a building entrance. Oh, I don't even know. Okay, Jesus. Okay. TV show title surnames. Lasso and... Oh, I guess Soprano. I don't know what the fuck Lasso is. I don't know what this show is at all. Ted Lasso? I've never heard of it. They have caps. Baseball player, camera lens cap, mushroom is a part of it, and a pen. Some pens. Oh my god! Holy AIDS! Holy shit! This was an AIDS one. Jesus Christ! Okay. Oh, okay. This is gonna be 510s. I can feel it. Fuck. Never mind. Fuck me. Okay. Give me a good one. Give me a 48 today. Hell yeah. Okay. Do I have anything scheduled for tomorrow? Nope. Well, okay. Have fun. Take a deep breath. Stay safe. I'll be back tomorrow. 1 p.m. EST. Sharp. Be careful.